Chapter 36-35. Yang Kai didn't get up and kept his head down. Mingyu sighed. This is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood, Serene Soul, or any of the others, they would have done the same, but you were implicated. To be precise, I should be thanking you for not letting this king die at the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai could understand this reasoning, but he was still brooding over the fact that he had personally killed the great emperors. This time I have to thank you again. Mingyu smiled slightly. Sun Er really did it, and you really came to save her. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Master, did you expect this? Mingyu chuckled. Sun Er is my child. How could I not know her temperament? She wants to refine the Universe Tower, but she is not qualified. After entering this place, she naturally became like this. It was because he had expected this that he had attached a wisp of his remnant soul to Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could leave the demon territory safely, he would definitely come to Star Soul Palace. He also believed that if Lan Sun was in danger, Yang Kai would definitely rescue her. Of course, if Yang Kai died in the demon territory, everything would be over. This place is the center of the Universe Tower. Mingyu replied leisurely, since you can come here, you must have some understanding of the situation of the Universe Tower. Inside the Universe Tower, many small worlds and sealed realms have already taken form. When this king was still alive, there was the power of the barrier, so everything in the Universe Tower was stable, but when something happened to this king, the barrier naturally weakened. The space of the five-layered pagoda became one, and chaos gradually rose. If there were no external forces, it would not have mattered. Sun Er broke into this place to refine the Universe Tower, but how could those small worlds and sealed realms be willing? Naturally, they would resist, but with this king's barrier, they could not cause any harm to Sun Er and could only let her fall into a deep sleep. After thousands of years, this king's barrier will wear off and those small worlds will completely break free from the shackles of the Universe Tower. Yang Kai didn't really understand, but he understood the general meaning. He couldn't help but ask, what does that boy have to do to save junior sister Lan? Only then can he protect the Universe Tower? Mingyu didn't answer but asked instead, do you know how many small worlds or secret realms this Universe Pagoda contains? Of course, Yang Kai did not know. He only knew that it was a lot. After all, the sea of flowers in front of him was indeed huge. Mingyu had no intention of waiting for him to answer. Her next sentence had already given him the answer. 10,000. 10,000 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he already had a high estimation of the number of flowers in this place, he still didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Mingyu continued, the Chenkuan Pagoda is an ancient treasure. Although I have refined it, I have never been able to fully understand its mysteries. I don't know how it can accommodate so many small worlds and secret realms, but since it is like this, there must be a reason for it. It's just that this number of 10,000 is missing one of them. It has become 9,999. Although 9 is an extreme number, the lack of one makes it incomplete. If it is incomplete, there will be flaws. The current situation is more or less caused by this. Yang Kai asked curiously, how can it be missing one? Mingyu smiled but didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Yang Kai was embarrassed and blushed. Thousand Illusions Dream World? He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Universe Tower, he took Butterfly away from the Universe Tower and placed her in the High Heaven Palace to become the Thousand Illusions Dream World. Wasn't the one who was missing Butterfly that he had abducted? Now that he thought about it, Butterfly was also formed from a secret realm, but she was taken away from the Universe Tower by him. As a result, there was only one missing. It was actually because of him. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. When he took Butterfly away, he thought he did it without anyone knowing, but now it seems that the great emperors already knew about it. They just didn't want to bother with him. Thinking back, when he left the Star Soul Palace, the great emperors did deliberately appear to meet with him. Mingyu must have known about it at that time. Mingyu smiled. You can take away a secret realm from the Universe Tower because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with others, nor is it related to this matter. How could Yang Kai not know these words of comfort? He immediately said seriously, Junior will return to the High Heaven Palace and return the Thousand Illusions Dream World to complete the number. Mingyu shook her head and said, You won't be able to leave. With my remaining strength, I can only open the Chenkuan Tower once or complete the Chenkuan Tower. After sending you out, you won't be able to enter again. Yang Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? If he couldn't go out and bring in the Thousand Illusions Dream World, he wouldn't be able to complete the Universe Tower and solve Lan Sun's current crisis. But if he went out, he wouldn't be able to enter. This was a dead end. Mingyu smiled and said, You have to rely on yourself. Rely on myself? Yang Kai was suspicious. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, can't you create your own universe? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard these words and asked, Master means to let me create my own small world or secret realm? Mingyu nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and secret realms in the Universe Tower, most of them are nothing special. They are only there to make up the numbers, so the requirements for you are not too high. You only need to create a small world or secret realm. This was really a coincidence. If it weren't for this trip to the Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would have also planned to create his own universe. But who knew that after entering this Universe Tower, Mingyu would actually ask him to do the same. It seemed that this was really the will of the heavens. Moreover, Yang Kai had taken away the Thousand Illusions Dream World from here, causing the Universe Tower to be incomplete, which led to the current situation, so Yang Kai needed to make up for it. Yang Kai already had a small world, the Sealed World Bead. However, this thing had too many implications and had now become a key factor in the War of Worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't easily place it in the Universe Tower. What's more, even if Yang Kai was willing, the Universe Tower probably wouldn't be able to accept it. The original Sealed World Bead should have no problem being accepted by the Universe Tower. But now, the small sealed world had swallowed a large portion of the demon territory, almost equivalent to half of the demon territory. Such an existence was beyond the Universe Tower's ability. Can you do it? Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Not to mention that he already had the idea of refining a small world himself, even if he didn't, for the sake of the Universe Tower and Lan Sun, he had to refine one. However, after answering, he suddenly remembered something and flipped his hand, taking out a palm-sized rockery and holding it in his palm. Master, do you think this can be used? Mingyu glanced at it and smiled. So you were prepared. Yang Kai laughed and said, I didn't refine this thing. How could this palm-sized thing be a rockery? It was clearly a real mountain. The mountain was densely forested. There were birds and beasts living there, and there were even tiger roars coming from the rockery. Indefinite Mountain was something refined by Li Wuyi. He had given it to Yang Kai before so he could comprehend the mysteries of space, but he never expected it to come in handy at this time. Yang Kai had entered Indefinite Mountain once, so he had some understanding of the universe inside, so it didn't matter whether this mountain was in his hands or not. It would be best if it could be used here, but if not, Yang Kai could only refine it himself, but it would take some time, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, no one could say for sure. However, seeing Mingyu's expression, Yang Kai felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, but he still asked, Can you use it? Naturally. Mingyu gently nodded. Her body was clearly translucent, but she casually took Indefinite Mountain and examined it for a moment before smiling. Did Li Wuyi come out? It was natural for her to think so. In the entire star boundary, the most proficient in the Tao of space were none other than Li Wuyi and Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai said he didn't refine it, it must have been Li Wuyi. Yes. Yang Kai replied, I just obtained it a few days ago. That's really a coincidence. Mingyu smiled and nodded. This will save us a lot of time. All right, you can leave the valley, you can't intervene in the matters here. Master. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Mingyu had already raised her hand to stop him and smiled at him. Since you have obtained the approval of the star boundaries heavens and earth, you must become strong and self-disciplined in the future. You must not disappoint this heavens and earth, nor disappoint this universe. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, Master's teachings will be engraved in this junior's heart. Take care, Master. Turning around, he strode out of the valley. This would be his final farewell. Behind him, a strong wind rose, Petals danced, branches swayed, and world force crisscrossed. After Yang Kai left the valley, the violent fluctuations suddenly turned calm, and the narrow path seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking all the storms inside the valley. Looking up, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky inside the universe tower, only an endless abyss. Not far away, a strange sound rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw little Nan Nan, who had led him here before, standing there timidly. As their eyes met, the little girl hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled, knowing that this little girl should be an existence similar to Butterfly. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun's whereabouts this time, so Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, little Nanan's entire body trembled. Her entire body distorted and disappeared in an instant. What replaced her was a small green blade of grass on the ground. A few delicate leaves were made up of even smaller leaves. It was like a weaving shuttle. The leaves were closed along the leaf stalk, and the branches hung down as if they were afraid to see anyone. Yang Kai was stunned, but thinking about how Butterfly could also transform into a human form and the appearance of 1,000 illusionary butterfly, it was reasonable for little Nan Nan to have these two transformations. However, as an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai couldn't recognize what kind of precious treasure this little grass was. After carefully examining it for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. What kind of precious treasure was this? It was clearly the most common starbeck. It was just a tiny mimosa grass, but it hid a whole universe, a whole world. The heavens and earth were vast, and there was nothing more marvelous than this. But now, Yang Kai understood why little Nan Nan was so timid and shy. This little starbeck had such characteristics. Chapter 36:36 Star Soul Palace. Outside the Cosmos Tower, a large scarlet banner wrapped around the entire Cosmos Tower like a piece of silk. This banner was the manifestation of the Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhan Wuhen had used all his strength to suppress the Cosmos Tower's restlessness. However, even with the Great Emperors personally taking action, the Universe Tower still buzzed and trembled from time to time, as if it was struggling to break free from the shackles of the Iron Blood War flag. Lei Hong and the others were on tenterhooks all day long, with a gloomy look on their faces. Although Yang Kai had entered the Universe Tower, they didn't know what was going on inside. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun back, then Star Soul Palace would really have no successor. Now, they didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis of the Universe Tower. They only hoped that he could bring Lan Sun back safely. Although the Great Emperors were here and the Universe Tower was safe for the time being, Zhan Wuhen couldn't stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once the Great Emperors left and Yang Kai didn't return, everything would be over. They wanted to ask Zhan Wuhen about the situation inside, but they guessed that he didn't know, so it was useless to ask. A group of Star Soul Palace executives were all frowning, and the anxiety in their hearts couldn't be any greater. At a certain moment, Zhan Wuhen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. The Star Soul Palace elders who had been paying attention to him all looked shocked, and Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the situation?" Zhan Wuhen didn't answer, just raised his hand, and the scarlet flag suddenly unshackled layer by layer, turned into a red light, and rushed into Zhan Wuhen's body. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised but happy. The Universe Tower had been able to maintain stability during this time, and was completely resistant to Zhan Wuhen's suppression. Now that he had taken the Iron Blood War flag, didn't that mean that the Universe Tower no longer needed to be suppressed? Since there was no need to suppress it, it meant that the internal threat had been resolved. Sure enough, even though the Scarlet War flag had disappeared, the Universe Pagoda did not show the slightest sign of abnormality. The five-colored light that was constantly overflowing from the pagoda also disappeared. The huge five-colored treasure pagoda floated in the air, slowly rotating. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Universe Pagoda. Everyone looked over. If it wasn't Yang Kai who had entered the Universe Pagoda earlier, who else could it be? There was a trace of guilt on Yang Kai's face, but there was also a trace of relief. However, his expression was very relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire aura was much more cheerful. Only Yang Kai, there was no trace of Lan Sun. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others disappeared, and their hearts sank. Yang Kai knew what they were worried about. He immediately cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai will not disappoint you. If he didn't disappoint, then he would solve the crisis of the Universe Pagoda. But what about Lan Sun? Lei Hong hurriedly asked, What about Her Highness? Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior sister Lan is safe and sound, but she is now refining the Universe Pagoda. She should be able to emerge in 3 to 6 years. She still wants to refine it? Xiao Yuyang frowned. The previous anomaly in the Universe Pagoda was caused by Lan Sun refining it, so why was she still so stubborn? What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai didn't try to dissuade her. Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also had similar thoughts, so their expressions were solemn, fearing that Lan Sun would have another accident inside. Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't worry, junior sister has Master Mingyu's help, so there should be no problem this time. Great emperors? Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Mingyu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him, and after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Mingyu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the Universe Pagoda. All she lacked now was time, so her worry disappeared, but when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the Universe Pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the Universe Pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the Universe Pagoda. Now that the Universe Pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhan Wuhen naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away, but before leaving, he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperors said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself, so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Xue, Qiongqi, and Lu Yan were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the Small Sealed World. As long as the matter of the Small Sealed World's territory was not resolved, the Sealed World bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the Demon Territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the Demon Territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms, so the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's guest elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's guest elder, Gao Shueting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation, so when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shueting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The Elder Token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principles surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao Xiao. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor Realm. His cultivation was similar to Murong Xiao Xiao's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor Realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic chi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon Path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the star boundary, Han Zhengqing suspected that he was a member of the Demon Path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the Demon Path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the Demon Path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans, but Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated, or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic chi. In battle, their demonic chi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered who were eroded by demonic chi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor Realm was similar to that of Murong Xiao Xiao. If the two were to fight one-on-one, Yang Kai estimated that Murong Xiao Xiao would have a slight advantage. After all, how could an orthodox core disciple of Azure Sun Temple be compared to any random cat or dog? However, the Emperor Realm was very vicious. When fighting with Murong Xiao Xiao, he constantly attacked the other Azure Sun Temple disciples, forcing Murong Xiao Xiao to be busy. As a result, the power to protect herself was reduced, and the girl was also injured. In addition, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was inferior to the other side, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. Therefore, Murong Xiao Xiao sent out a distress signal. She didn't know that Yang Kai was nearby, and she wanted to ask for help from someone else. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor Realm from the Demon Path had found a flaw and rushed towards Murong Xiao Xiao. This guy was holding 2 huge copper hammers, and his figure was ridiculously burly. Demonic chi tumbled around his copper hammers as he grinned and swept them towards Murong Xiao Xiao's waist. At the same time, he smashed the other hammer towards a disciple beside Murong Xiao Xiao. The 2 hammers smashed towards the 2 people. Murong Xiao Xiao had used up all her strength, and her Emperor Chi was not circulating properly. At this time, she only had 2 choices. One was to protect herself, and the other was to protect her disciples. But Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate at all. She pulled her long sword, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the sword. She didn't protect herself or her companions, only aiming at the enemy's eyes. The delicate girl, at this moment, broke out with a determination that ordinary people couldn't reach. Chapter 36-37. At the critical moment of life and death, Murong Xiao made a decisive move. Her hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock, and her eyes were clear. Even Yang Kai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cheer. Emotion Dao's the Emperor realm was vicious and ruthless. Murong Xiao could protect herself, but she couldn't protect her disciples and vice versa. No matter what choice she made, one of them would be injured and killed. If she died, the dozen or so Azure Sun Temple disciples around her would no longer have a chance to live, so she attacked the enemy. The simplest tactic was to fight with all her might. Emotion Dao's the Emperor realm could kill her, or kill an Azure Sun Temple disciple, but the price they had to pay was definitely a serious injury. If they were unlucky, they might be buried together with her. This sword attack contained all of Murong Xiao's cultivation. Even Murong Xiao understood this, so how could the Emperor Realm Master of the Demon Heavenly Path not understand it? Seeing the cold gleam on her sword as she charged towards him, as if she wanted to take him down with her, he cursed in his heart, "Bitch, you're courting death." He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he turned his twin hammers into one and smashed towards the Azure Sun Temple disciple beside her. Emotion Dao's the Emperor Realm's face was full of ridicule. "You want to fight with all your might? I'll do as you wish and fight with all my might." With a surge of energy, the two hammers smashed down from the sky like millstones, blocking the light in front of him. The aura of death rushed head-on, and the Azure Sun Temple disciple's face was ashen. Murong Xiao was also stunned. She didn't expect this enemy to be so fierce and vicious. He would rather take her sword to kill her companions. After a moment of shock, her mind stagnated, and there was a moment of panic in her clear eyes. However, it only lasted for an instant. He quickly withdrew his sword and brandished it in the air. He took a step forward and pushed the disciple to the side. He blocked the attack that was about to destroy the heaven and earth. At the most critical moment, the girl chose to protect her disciple and gave up her own safety. Emotion Dao's the Emperor Realm seemed to have seen through Murong Xiao's thoughts. The sneer on his face deepened, and the two hammers smashed down mercilessly. More than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples looked sad and indignant. Seeing that Murong Xiao was about to die, how could they not want to come to her rescue? But firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, their numbers were too few. They had no time to even protect themselves, so how could they talk about saving others? They could only watch helplessly. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their eyes were filled with hatred. At the critical moment, the young girl's expression returned to calmness, without the slightest hint of panic. Scenes flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. She was adopted by the Azure Sun Temple, since she was a child and entered the temple to cultivate. There was always a cold-looking man who improved with her by her side. The care of her elders, the care of her brothers, and the naughty junior brothers. It was said that people would see many things before they died. Am I going to die? That was why he thought of these things and saw these things. Any regrets? There shouldn't be any. If there wasn't a shrine, he would have starved or frozen to death at an unknown time. How could he have such a healthy body? If there wasn't a shrine, even if he survived, he would just be an ordinary person. How could he have such an impressive cultivation base? For the sake of the temple, he had no regrets. The only small regret was that he couldn't bring more than a dozen of his fellow disciples to fight their way out. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple in the Emperor Realm, he should bear such a responsibility. But it didn't matter anymore. On the road to the underworld, it was good to be companions and talk and laugh. If they encountered evil spirits in the netherworld again, they could fight side by side. The sword flowers were destroyed. The sword flowers were shattered. The hurriedly arranged defense couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of the enemy at all. When the twin hammers approached, Murong Xiao saw a familiar figure again. One was not from the Azure Sun Temple, but was a family member of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai was smiling at her, and Murong Xiao returned a sweet smile. She thought it was an illusion before she died. However, in the next moment, A stalwart figure appeared in front of her, and the chi and wind created by the twin hammers suddenly disappeared, completely blocked by the figure. At this time, the storm also turned into tranquility, and Murong Xiao felt like she had returned to a boat in the harbor, no longer having to worry about the strong winds and waves on the sea. With a loud bang, 2 millstone-sized hammers flew into the sky, and the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor Realm, was sent flying upside down like a rag sack. Demonic chi tumbled and blood splashed in the sky. The change happened so fast that Murong Xiao and the people of the Devil Sky Path didn't react. It wasn't until the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor Realm, fell heavily to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. 2 groups of people, 2 different reactions. The more than a dozen disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised. How could they not know that strong reinforcements had arrived? The situation of certain death had taken a turn for the better, and they were all excited. The people of the Devil Sky Path, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in horror, chills running down their spines. Although they didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, the Emperor Realm on their side was directly blasted away, and even his Emperor artifact was knocked out of his hand. It was obvious that this person was not just a little bit powerful. Therefore, the group of people from the Devil Sky Path retreated together, instantly distancing themselves from the people of the Azure Sun Temple. They huddled together and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance and fear. Yang Kai didn't even look at them, just staring coldly at the fallen, the Emperor Realm. After the other party was blasted away, he was already seriously injured. The vitality in his body was tumbling, and he couldn't get up for a while. He tried several times before he staggered to his feet, but there was a big dent in his chest. With his hand on his chest and his waist bent, the Devil Sky Paths, the Emperor Realm, was full of bitterness. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who is it?" He was also depressed to be beaten up like this for no reason. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yang Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name," but who knew that behind him? Murong Xiao exclaimed, "Yang Kai? Brother Yang?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yang Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yang Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yang Kai would save her life at the most critical moment. Having his identity exposed by Murong Xiao, Yang Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first. I'll talk to you later." Although Murong Xiao wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yang Kai, her face was flushed with excitement, but the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yang Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yang Kai? You are Yang Kai?" The Demon Sky Paths, the Emperor Realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yang Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the great emperors, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor with his cultivation in the Emperor Realm was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar. It turned out to be this person. The Demon Sky Paths, the Emperor Realm, had seen Yang Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Murong Xiao, he had clearly escaped into the Demon Sky Paths territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yang Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend, so after learning Yang Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yang Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Murong Xiao with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the demon sky paths the Emperor realm had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, a binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the demon sky paths the Emperor realm's vision blurred and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken. Looking at the young man's face close at hand, the demon sky paths the Emperor realm's face turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of demon sky paths people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them, but how could they? They were not in good condition, all of them were injured, and their numbers were few, so they could only watch helplessly. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. They did not know where this woman had come from. The woman herself was also stunned. Clearly, she did not understand what was going on. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Kill them all." The woman blinked, glanced at the fleeing figures of the demon sky path's disciples, and then smiled. "Finally, I can move. I'm almost moldy." While speaking, she stretched out her hand in the void, and a strong bow suddenly appeared in her hand. The bow's shape was smooth, like a soaring divine bird. Its shape was beautiful, and it exuded a strong power fluctuation. Obviously, it was an extraordinary treasure. The Azure Sun Temple disciples were surprised by the woman's identity and origin. But when they suddenly saw this treasure, they all frowned. It was because this treasure was actually surrounded by black chi, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. It was actually a demonic treasure. Chapter 36-38. Not only was there a demonic artifact, but there was also a demonic chi. When the woman who suddenly appeared activated the demonic artifact, the demonic chi lingered all over her body and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. What kind of demon heavenly way was this? This was clearly a real demon race. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed in unison. The disciple of the Emperor Realm who was being strangled by Yang Kai also stared with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon race and the people of Demon Heavenly Way unless the demon race had very obvious physical characteristics, and Boya had such characteristics. The white wings on her back were impossible for ordinary humans to have. Previously, the star boundary was invaded by the demon race from the outside and the Demon Heavenly Way from the inside, so it could be said that the situation was worrying. There were also many members of the demon race who hid their identities and quietly lurked around the star boundary. But why would this demon race listen to Yang Kai's order and make things difficult for the people of Demon Heavenly Way? Wasn't the Demon Heavenly Way and the demon race a family? Feather Demon drew his bow and knocked his arrows, sending them whistling through the air. The fleeing Demon Heavenly Path disciples fell to the ground one by one. Without exception, all of them were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them managed to escape 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Only the Emperor Realm Master captured by Yang Kai was still alive. Boya drew her bow again and pointed the arrow at his forehead at close range, smiling charmingly. The disciple of the Emperor Realm was sweating profusely, but Yang Kai reached out and pushed the arrow aside before casting a few barriers. The disciple of the Emperor Realm suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. He didn't know what happened here, but he had to wait for Murong Xiao Xiao to wake up and ask her clearly before deciding how to deal with this Demon Heavenly Way disciple. With the crisis resolved, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged their injured bodies forward to salute and thank him. Yang Kai was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the disciples were in trouble, it was natural for him to lend a helping hand. With a few words, he let them heal. Boya was a little interested in this Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path and squatted down beside him to study him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path still acted as if he had encountered a viper, his face filled with fear. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A stream of light was rapidly approaching, and a white figure appeared in front of him. This person was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His white clothes were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. "Little White, long time no see." Yang Kai smiled at him. Xiao Baiyi, like Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiaosheng, was a rising star of Azure Sun Temple. Now that the three of them had been promoted to the Emperor Realm, they naturally became elders of the temple. Xiaosheng was currently on the battlefield in the Western Territory, while Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Xiao had sent out a distress signal to Xiao Baiyi, but Yang Kai had arrived a little faster. Xiao Baiyi had also brought a team of Azure Sun Temple disciples, and in order to rescue his junior sister, he had rushed over alone. Yang Kai. Xiao Baiyi frowned, looked at Yang Kai, and then at Boya, who was squatting beside him, and suddenly erupted with Emperor Qi. As he rushed over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking sword wave towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched the sword wave, shattering it. The thin sword wave was caught between Yang Kai's fingers. The sword hummed incessantly, and no matter how hard Xiao Baiyi pushed his Emperor Qi, he could not move it. With just one move, his Emperor artifact was caught by someone's hand. Xiao Baiyi was shocked. Before he could react, Boya had already rushed to his side like a whirlwind and knocked an arrow again, pressing the tip of the arrow against his temple, just like how she had just dealt with the Emperor Realm of Demon Heavenly Way. Feeling the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Baiyi did not dare to move again, his indifferent face becoming even colder. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he had also been implicated, so he was naturally unhappy. "Can I shoot him to death?" Boya tilted her head and asked. "Cut the crap." Yang Kai smiled and glared at her. Boya curled her lips and scattered the arrow before walking over to the Emperor Realm of Demon Heavenly Way, squatting down and continuing to study it. "Brother Xiao, it was Brother Yang who saved me." Murong Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and shouted weakly. In fact, Xiao Baiyi realized that he had made a mistake after taking action, because there were many corpses on the ground that did not belong to Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, if he really wanted to harm Azure Sun Temple's disciples, Murong Xiao Xiao and the others would have died long ago. Most importantly, Murong Xiao Xiao was clearly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. If she did not trust Yang Kai, how could she have done this? At this moment, Murong Xiao Xiao's words undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions, but he still frowned and said, "Give me an explanation." The news he received now was that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary and fled to the demon territory. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai here and Murong Xiao Xiao's injuries were not light, it was inevitable that he would misunderstand and directly take action. It would be complicated to explain, so Yang Kai did not want to waste his breath and directly took out a token and threw it over. Xiao Baiyi took the token and looked at it, only to see the 2 words "my son" on the front of the token. It was so dazzling that he could not help but be shocked. He had also been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and killed enemies under a certain army, so he naturally knew what this token represented. This was a commander's token that was personally refined by the great emperors and given to the commanders of the various armies. It was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors, which could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. This token could not be faked, and the aura of the great emperors attached to it was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. But when did the star boundary have a GZ army? You didn't receive any news? Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Baiyi knew nothing about the GZ army. When did this happen? Xiao Baiyi frowned and asked. "Half a month ago." Xiao Baiyi was relieved and gently nodded. "For the past month, junior sister and I have been outside." It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them, otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him. Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source realm and entered the Four Seasons realm together. Now he, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Xiaoshang were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, how could he be below the Third-Order Emperor realm? This guy was actually already a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Baiyi could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the Southern Territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, two elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Baiyi said, "We are investigating the Demon Heavenly Way." The star boundaries situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the star boundaries' enemy on the surface, then the Demon Heavenly Way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the Demon Heavenly Way, countless people in the star boundary had been harmed by them. The entire star boundary hated the Demon Heavenly Way. However, the Demon Heavenly Way usually hid very well and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the Demon Heavenly Way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the star boundary's energy, making it impossible for the star boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the war of the two realms. Every sect in the star boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the Demon Heavenly Way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the Demon Heavenly Way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, if anyone in the star boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao's strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from Demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a Demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here, so Murong Xiaoxiao and Xiao Baiyi led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down and were instead ambushed here. Murong Xiaoxiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby, when Xiao Baiyi arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. At that time, whether Xiaoxiao was alive or dead, only the heavens would know. "So, you don't know how your whereabouts were exposed?" Yang Kai asked after listening. Murong Xiaoxiao slowly shook her head and frowned. "I shouldn't have exposed any flaws here." This was what she couldn't figure out the most. The strength of the enemy wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. She had been careful enough to track them all the way here, but who knew that she would still fall into the enemy's ambush and almost die here? Yang Kai smiled. "It doesn't matter if you don't expose any flaws. If someone passes the information out, no matter how careful you are, it won't help." Murong Xiaoxiao heard this and her pale face changed slightly, whispering, "Big brother means a mole." Yang Kai looked up at a petite woman in the crowd as he spoke. When he arrived, he noticed this female disciple, but at that time, he only felt that her aura was a little strange and didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Murong Xiaoxiao say this, how could he not understand why her aura was strange? "I thought you didn't notice?" Boya was still squatting in front of the Emperor Realm and said without raising her head, "You noticed." Yang Kai looked down at her. From this angle, he could see a large part of her chest. Boya sneered and pointed to the Emperor Realm in front of her. "They have the same smell, a sour smell." Xiao Baiyi's face sank as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple. Murong Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The other disciples didn't know what had happened and were all suspicious. Chapter 36-39. Being stared at by several people, the petite woman's face suddenly became a little unnatural. Squeezing out a smile on her face, she asked timidly, "Do you have any instructions for me, elders?" Xiao Baiyi did not answer. Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Murong Xiao spoke bluntly, "Duan, are you from Demon Heavenly Way?" Murong Xiao found it hard to accept that the fellow disciple who had followed her through life and death was actually a member of Motian Dao. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that Duan had suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Her wounds were still bleeding, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. How could such a disciple be from Demon Heavenly Way? But this was Yang Kai's speculation, so she couldn't ignore it. 2 years ago, a large number of spies planted by Demon Heavenly Way were purged from various sects and families. Many sects and families suffered great losses during that investigation. Azure Sun Temple was still fine, only a few dozen disciples were found. If this Duan was really from Demon Heavenly Way, it meant that the investigation 2 years ago was not complete. There were still many spies in the entire Azure Sun Temple and even other sects. If such a storm happened again, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Murong Xiao's heart was heavy. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples changed drastically, and they all looked at Duan. Duan herself was stunned, and immediately said bitterly, "3 elders, this disciple is not from Demon Heavenly Way. This disciple is innocent." Murong Xiao turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you are innocent or not, words are no proof. Whether you are or not, it is not up to you to decide. Look into my eyes." When the words fell, Yang Kai's right eye suddenly turned pitch black, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Duan instinctively looked over, and with just one glance, she could no longer look away. Under the gaze, the woman quickly trembled like a sieve, and her petite body was filled with a trace of dark qi. The dark qi aura was only wisps at first and was not very obvious, but after just a few breaths, it erupted like a tide and completely enveloped her. Demonic qi rolled, full of an evil and brutal aura. There was no need to ask again, as the answer was obvious. Many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were shocked. Xiao Baiyi sighed softly, and Murong Xiao's eyes were dull. After her identity was exposed, Duwan's previous meekness and shyness disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. With a fierce howl, she pounced towards the nearest fellow disciple. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight anyone from the Emperor realm. She just wanted to capture a hostage and escape. That fellow disciple was still in shock and was injured. How could he react in time? By the time Duwan reached him, it was already too late to resist. She screamed in her heart that her life was over. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, she didn't die. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Duwan. No matter how the petite person struggled, she couldn't get rid of the invisible shackles. In desperation, Duwan sneered, "Sooner or later, this world will be the world of the demon race. You are all stubborn and will die without a burial place. If you want to live, why don't you follow me and join Demon Heavenly Way? That way you will have a chance to live." After her identity was exposed and she was captured by Yang Kai, not only did she not beg for mercy, she even threatened him. She was really arrogant. Murong Xiao's face was filled with grief. The easily shy Duwan in her memory was not like this. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Is that what the people of Demon Heavenly Way told you?" Duwan coldly snorted. "On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the star boundary has been forced to retreat. The demon race's army has been preparing for war. Great emperors have fallen in Demon Heavenly Way's territory. When the demon saint makes his move, who in the star boundary can stop him?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "What you know is old news. There have been some changes in the two-realm battlefield. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about it. What changes? Du-Wan asked coldly. Yang Kai said, the passage between the two realms has been sealed. The demon race's army's reinforcements have been cut off, and the demon race's powerhouses are unable to break through the realm barrier. Although there are many demon race's army on the battlefield in the Western Territory, it is only a matter of time before they are all wiped out. Du-Wan was startled and said coldly, stop trying to mislead people. Yang Kai smiled. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It won't affect the situation between the two realms. Du-Wan was silent for a moment, and a dangerous aura suddenly surged from her body. The demon chi on the surface of her body surged endlessly, as if she could explode at any time. At the same time, she sneered, I'll wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. After falling into Yang Kai's hands, she knew that there was no hope of escaping, so she directly asked for death. She was very decisive. Perhaps it was because her mind was affected by the demonic chi, but her actions were quite similar to those of the demon race. Morong Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted, demonic blood purification. Brother, be careful. How could Yang Kai not notice? The change in Du-Wan's aura was so obvious. Whether it was the demonic blood purification or something else, it looked like a self-detonation secret technique. He hurriedly urged his demon chi to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress it. Amidst her wild laughter, Du-Wan's petite body swelled up, as if she was about to explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned, and with a shake of his hand, the person in his hand disappeared directly, and the dangerous aura was annihilated. Although she was from the demon heavenly way, she was still a disciple of Azure Sun Temple after all. It was just that her mind was corrupted by the demonic chi. If she could be cured, she might be able to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, but he also didn't want her to self-detonate, so he directly put her into the small sealed world. With his small sealed world's master strength, it was more than enough to suppress Du-Wan's self-detonation. Sure enough, after being put into the small sealed world, under the cover of world force, the violent aura on Du-Wan's body gradually disappeared and soon calmed down. A big living person suddenly disappeared like this, causing a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to exclaim. Xiao Bai and Morong Xiaoxiao also had inquiring expressions, wanting to know where Yang Kai had taken Du-Wan. Yang Kai informed them through divine sense transmission, and the two of them were relieved. However, there was actually a mole in her team, which made Morong Xiaoxiao's mood heavy. Xiao Bai also brought a team with him, but she didn't know if there were any hidden demon heavenly way members. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Boya both had insight, so they only needed to wait for that team to come and take a look to know the result. What did you find? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Boya. Boya said, it should be a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, but I've never heard of it before. I'm afraid it was only recently developed. Why the people of Demon Heavenly Way could still maintain their consciousness after being eroded by the demonic chi, and why they could even hide in the star boundary without being detected was something that the people of the star boundary had never understood. If they could crack this key point, maybe they would be able to discover some flaws when they met the people of Demon Heavenly Way in the future. Boya was studying this just now. Hearing her say that it was a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. He sent his divine sense into the small sealed world and materialized in front of Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye. Although Bai Zhuo was a general under Yu Ru Meng's command, he was from the Blood Demon clan. If the people of Demon Heavenly Way used a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Bai Zhuo should be able to see through it. At the same time, Yang Kai also summoned Du-Wan over. The demonic blood extermination was suppressed and failed to self-destruct, so Du-Wan was unconscious at this moment. She lay there quietly and returned to her original appearance. Her petite body was curled up into a ball, making her look very lovable. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Bai Zhuo glanced at Du-Wan and asked. Yang Kai said, I remember that Brother Bai Zhuo went back and forth between the two-world battlefield and the demon territory several times. Bai Zhuo nodded and said, That's right. After several years of war, He returned to the demon territory several times and returned to the battlefield several times. In that case, have you ever heard of Demon Heavenly Way? Yang Kai pointed at Du Wan in front of him. Baizhua smiled and said, Of course I've heard of it. Why? Is this woman from Demon Heavenly Way? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, Boya said that she should have been affected by some secret technique of the Blood Demon clan. So I wanted to ask Brother Baizhua to examine her and see if you can save her. Baizhua heard this and said, Those people from Demon Heavenly Way were indeed affected by my Blood Demon clan's secret technique, but I'm not too sure what this secret technique is because I'm not in charge of this matter. However, I can examine her. As for whether or not she can be saved, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Baizhua. Brother Yang is too polite. Alright. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, Can you tell the difference between the real demon race and the people from Demon Heavenly Way when you see them? Baizhua looked at the unconscious Du Wan and said, I can see that although the demonic chi on her body is deeply hidden, there are still traces of it. Baya also nodded and said, That's right. Yang Kai thought for a moment before raising his hand and summoning another person. It was the demon race member that Yang Kai had first taken into the small sealed world, Hualuan. This guy seemed to be meditating and cultivating. When he was summoned by Yang Kai from the third peak, he was still in a cultivation posture, but after a while, he realized that something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he was startled and quickly bowed. Yang Kai didn't waste time with him and just pointed to Du Wan on the ground and said, Look at this woman. Do you see anything special about her? Hualuan didn't know the situation and carefully looked at Yang Kai's expression before paying attention to Du Wan. After a long time, he carefully said, This woman is petite and young, her appearance is average, and her figure is average. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. Is there anything else? Anything else? Hualuan felt the pressure and gulped. I don't know what Master is referring to. She's been infected by the demonic chi. She's been infected by the demonic chi? Hualuan was stunned. He looked down at Du Wan carefully and then shook his head vigorously. I can't see it. This was strange. Boya could see it, but Hualuan couldn't. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't very big. Hualuan was a low-rank demon king. If even Hualuan couldn't see it, it could only mean that the demonic chi in the demon race was hidden very deeply. As for Boya, Yang Kai thought about it and could only conclude that it was because she was born with extraordinary eyesight. After all, she was a feathered demon and cultivated an eye technique, so it was reasonable that she could see what others couldn't. Chapter 3640. Inside the small sealed world, the divine sense projection was communicating with Baizhua and Baya. Outside, Yang Kai wasn't idle either, directing Boya to interrogate the demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor Realm to find out where their stronghold was. Although the demon Heavenly Path's people were very well hidden, since this person was from the Emperor Realm, he must have access to some information that ordinary disciples wouldn't have access to. It was rare to capture one alive, so naturally, Yang Kai had to make some inquiries. Boya didn't disappoint Yang Kai. She was a demon king, so although she wasn't good at interrogation, she still had her own methods. The demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor Realm had a seal planted by Yang Kai, so he couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long before he couldn't bear it and confessed. There were countless strongholds of the demon Heavenly Path, and he didn't know about the others, but he had rushed over from a place called White Horse Town. According to him, White Horse Town didn't seem special on the surface, but there were many demon Heavenly Path members hiding in it, mingling in the streets. They were no different from ordinary people, but if they were summoned, they would immediately rush to different places to perform tasks. This time, he came here because he was summoned. However, halfway there, he felt that someone was following him, so he carefully circled around the area, trying to find out more. At this moment, Du Wan quietly sent a message over. After learning about the personnel and deployment of Azure Sun Temple, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor Realm decided to beat them at their own game and ambush Murong Xiao Zhao's group. After that, Yang Kai saw what happened when he arrived. There are no demon Heavenly Path strongholds here? Xiao Bai frowned. Then what are you doing here? I don't know. The demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm shook his head. I'm just following orders. Who told you to come? Xiao Baiyi asked again. I don't know. Before he could finish speaking, Boya, who had been squatting in front of him, smiled charmingly at him, placed her jade hand on his shoulder, and poured her demonic qi into his body. The next moment, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan and showed an extremely pained expression. Under his exposed skin, there seemed to be small snakes slithering about, a terrifying sight to behold. In just 3 breaths of time, his eyes were bloodshot as he howled miserably, as if he was being tortured. While he howled, I really don't know who I'm here. I'm here. For what reason, I don't know anything. Boya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him remain indifferent, she continued. The screams became louder and softer as the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path screamed until his voice was hoarse. His clothes were soaked in sweat as he fell to the ground, twitching and convulsing, his eyes rolling up as if he could die at any moment. The 4 Seasons realm. Suddenly, a low voice came from the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path. Although the voice was small, Yang Kai heard it clearly and quickly asked, You want to go to the 4 Seasons realm? Although his movements were weak, the Emperor realm still nodded gently. Yang Kai frowned and asked, What do you want? He was also going to the 4 Seasons realm, and this place was not far from the 4 Seasons realm. He did not expect that the Emperor realm from Demon Heavenly Path would also want to go to the 4 Seasons realm. No wonder they met here. Since everyone had the same goal, there was naturally a chance for them to meet. This time, the Emperor Realm Master couldn't answer. Even after Boya tortured him until he fainted, he still couldn't provide any useful clues. Either his willpower was strong enough to keep the secret, or he really didn't know. The latter was more likely. If he really had a strong willpower, he would not have spilled the beans. Since there was nothing he could ask, Yang Kai raised his hand and put this person into the small sealed world. It was not that he took pity on his life, but that he could give Baizhua another experimental subject. If he could borrow this person's body to let Baizhua study a way to crack the blood demon's secret technique, then in the future, when he captured those from Demon Heavenly Path, he might be able to set things right and restore their sanity. However, Yang Kai was a little surprised that this matter involved the 4 Seasons realm. After pondering for a while, he said, Xiao Bai, take the disciples back to the temple first. I'll go to the 4 Seasons realm to see what Demon Heavenly Path is up to. I'll go with you, Xiao Bai said concisely. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to Murong Xiao Xiao. If you go with me, what will happen to junior sister Murong? Do you feel assured letting her return to the temple alone? With Murong Xiao Xiao's current state, he really could not rest assured. What's more, most of the disciples in her team were injured. Since Demon Heavenly Path had been ordered to go to the 4 Seasons realm, there would definitely be more than one group. If they were to encounter them on the way back, the temple's disciples would be doomed. Xiao Baiyi frowned. He knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, but he still said, Can't you put them away? Duwan and the Emperor Realm had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, so the others could naturally do the same. For Yang Kai, this was a piece of cake. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I want you to go back not only because junior sister Murong and the others need to be treated, but also because there is another matter you need to take charge of. For the temple, this matter is more important than the 4 Seasons realm. What happened in the 4 Seasons realm could not be determined for the time being, but the temple's matter was urgent. Xiao Baiyi listened to his serious tone and was puzzled. What do you mean? Yang Kai said seriously, We found Duwan today, but is there no second, third, or even more Duwan in the temple? Saying so, he beckoned to Boya and waited for her to come to his side before saying, Take her back and quietly find all the spies in the temple. Just now, Boya was able to detect Duwan's abnormality, which meant that she could see through Demon Heavenly Path's disguise. It was unknown whether there were more spies in the temple, but Yang Kai was too busy right now, so it was best for Boya to go. Boya did not expect that Yang Kai would instruct her to do this and could not help but glare at Yang Kai. But she did not object. Anyway, it was better than staying in the sealed world bead. Since Li Shiqing was sent out of the sealed world bead, she had nothing to do in the sealed world bead. Xiao Baiyi glanced at Bo Ye hesitantly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, although she is from the demon race, she is still one of my people. Since I asked her to go back with you, there will be no problem." Xiao Baiyi gently nodded. As a person from the star boundary, he instinctively rejected and hated the demon race, but since Yang Kai said so, he did not doubt him. "Who is in charge of the temple now?" Yang Kai asked. "Great Elder Qiu." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Explain the matter to Great Elder in detail and be careful. Don't leak the news and alert the enemy." "I know," Xiao Baiyi responded. After the discussion, Xiao Baiyi did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited in place. His team of disciples had not yet arrived. Duan was in Murong Xiao Zhao's team, so he did not know if there were any demon heavenly path members hiding in his team. However, Yang Kai could not wait that long. He told Bo Ye to cooperate fully with the temple and left her a space spirit bead. Under everyone's gazes, he left for the Four Seasons realm alone. After a stick of incense, another team of Azure Sun Temple disciples hurried over. After everyone was gathered, Xiao Baiyi turned to look at Bo Ye. Bo Ye slowly shook her head, and Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to delay, so he immediately led everyone back to Azure Sun Temple. However, despite Yang Kai's assurance, Xiao Baiyi still had a certain degree of vigilance towards Bo Ye. After all, she was a Demon King level master. If Bo Ye suddenly attacked with the current state of the temple, although they could deal with her, they would have to pay a price. Especially with the injured Murong Xiao Xiao, Xiao Baiyi always stood between her and Bo Ye. In addition, there was another problem that made Xiao Bai feel a little helpless. That was, the characteristics of Bo Ye's demon race were too obvious. As a feather demon with a pair of white wings on her back, it was difficult for others not to notice her. If he really took her back like this, it was likely that before they reached the temple, someone would jump out to subdue her. Fortunately, Bo Ye could use a secret technique to temporarily retract her wings. Whitey then found a black hooded jacket and wrapped it tightly around Bo Ye. Only then did they set off on their way. Oh! The Four Seasons realm was not far from the location where the Azure Sun Temple disciples were in danger, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai came here just to investigate the situation in the Four Seasons realm. He didn't even have much hope of finding out anything. He just wanted to give his parents some comfort and an explanation. Who knew that the people of Demon Heavenly Way would be so interested in the Four Seasons realm, which made him a little puzzled. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could enter the Four Seasons realm because Chongqi opened the way. Chongqi was the mount of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the great emperors fell, they slept for countless years in the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm. It was not surprising that he could open the Four Seasons realm. Why would the people of Demon Heavenly Way come to the Four Seasons realm? One had to know that this place had existed in the Southern Territory for countless years and would open every once in a while. Any cultivator below the Dao Source realm could enter to gain experience. There was still a long time before the next opening, so even if the people of Demon Heavenly Way came, how could they enter? Or perhaps, the goal of Demon Heavenly Way was not the Four Seasons realm, but something in that small territory that was worthy of their attention. No matter what the specific situation was, Yang Kai had to quickly investigate. Just as he arrived, Yang Kai found something unusual. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located in the sky above a nameless valley. When the time was right, there would be no clues, but when the time was right, the door to the Four Seasons realm would appear in the sky. The valley was nameless and had no precious treasures, so usually, there were few people in this valley and no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, there were many people gathered in the valley. Teams of various sizes were scattered in every corner of the nameless valley. All of them had concealed themselves and were hiding in the forests and caves. These teams had a large number of people and a small number of people. The largest had hundreds of people and the smallest had a dozen people, but without exception, they were all led by someone from the Emperor realm. Chapter 3641. More than a dozen teams and hundreds of people were gathered in the nameless valley where the Four Seasons realm was located. They were quietly lying in wait, and no one knew what they were up to. Among the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters, there were some with high and some with low cultivations, ranging from the First Order to the Third Order. If it had been Yang Kai before he went to the Demon Domain, he would have had to be more careful today to avoid being discovered. But now, his soul cultivation had skyrocketed, and he was much stronger than a false emperor or half-saint. If he deliberately hid his aura, these people in the valley would not be able to detect his existence. There was nothing unusual, but Yang Kai felt that these people gathered in the valley were most likely from the Demon Heavenly Way. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai decided to wait and see. If this matter involved the Four Seasons realm, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. If he took action now, with the help of Bai Zhua and Bai Ye, he could certainly kill these people, but it would not be easy to find out their purpose here. After all, even the person from the Emperor realm who was thrown into the small sealed world before didn't know the purpose of this place, so the others from the Emperor realm might not know. These people were probably here on orders. Since they were here on orders, it meant that someone had given them the order to gather here. This person definitely had a high position in the Demon Heavenly Way and was most likely a false emperor. Killing these small fries was naturally not as good as catching a big fish, so it was easy to choose. For the next 10 days, Yang Kai hid somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, secretly observing the movements of the Demon Heavenly Way. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to blend in, but the people in each team seemed to know each other. Yang Kai hadn't learned any appearance-changing techniques, and he also didn't have any tools to disguise himself, so he could only give up on the idea. During the day, these people from the Demon Heavenly Way were very quiet, hiding in their hiding places to meditate and cultivate, but at night they were busy. Yang Kai observed for more than 10 days and found that these people seemed to be setting up a spirit array. A large-scale spirit array that almost covered the entire Nameless Valley where the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located. Array formations weren't something that just anyone could fiddle with. However, there was a skilled array master among the Devil Sky Dao's people. Under his command, the inexplicable Great Array gradually took shape. Yang Kai memorized all the key points of the array formation and put his brand into the Jade Slip. During the day, he found an opportunity to send the Jade Slip back to the High Heaven Palace with the Space Spirit Bead to consult the Southgate Army. However, the demonic Heavenly Dao's array formation was set up bit by bit, and the information that Yang Kai obtained wasn't complete. Therefore, even though the Southern Gate Army was an Emperor Array Master, it still took them some effort to crack it. Several days later, the Southern Gate Army sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him that this should be a summoning array. However, there were some changes made to the ordinary summoning array and the array was incomplete. The Southern Gate Army was unable to determine what the Demon Sky Dao's people were summoning. They immediately requested to rush over from the High Heaven Palace to take a look with their own eyes. He was very interested in formations. Yang Kai decisively refused. The Southern Gate Army only had First Order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really came here, they definitely wouldn't be able to conceal their aura. Even if they were covered, they might still be exposed. Since Yang Kai didn't agree, the Southern Gate Army was helpless. He could only warn Yang Kai, "Let's not talk about the power of this array for now. Since it is a summoning array, Palace Master should be on guard against the Demon Sky Dao's people summoning some kind of peerless monster. If that is the case, Palace Master should be careful." Yang Kai replied, "I know." The Southern Gate Army didn't know that there were 3 half-saint hidden in the sealed world bead. Even if the Demon Sky Dao's people really summoned some kind of peerless monster, it wasn't certain who would kill who. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Demon Sky Dao's people could summon something more powerful than 3 half-saints' combined strength. Hearing Yang Kai's perfunctory tone, the Southern Gate Army solemnly warned again, "Palace Master, please observe carefully for the next few days. This array should be missing something crucial. If you find anything, please inform the subordinate immediately." Yang Kai didn't know what it was missing, but since the Southern Gate Army made such a judgment, Yang Kai naturally had to observe it more carefully. A few days later, the Great Array seemed to be getting more and more complete. The array foundation was hidden in the valley, and no clues could be seen from the outside. The entire nameless valley was shrouded in an inexplicable aura that made people feel a little depressed. At this moment, a message from the embodiment suddenly came from the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was delighted when he noticed it. He continued to observe the changes in the great array while projecting his divine sense into the small sealed world bead. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Baya and Baizhua cupped their fists and greeted, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised his brow and asked, "You saved him?" This middle-aged man was Mo Tian Dao, who had been captured alive in the Emperor realm. These days, Baizhua had been studying how to crack the secret technique planted by the Blood Demon clan on Mo Tian Dao, and only today did he make some progress. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the man hurriedly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to press on the man's shoulder, indicating that he should just sit. This man probably didn't have much strength, so he could only sit and salute Yang Kai. "Many thanks for saving my life, Palace Master Yang Kai. You really saved him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Baizhua flipped his wrist and a drop of dark red blood squirmed on his palm like a living creature. However, this drop of blood was full of demonic nature and evil. This was a drop of demon blood. Baizhua said, "This is the root of the disaster." Yang Kai looked at the drop of demon blood and frowned. "What do you mean?" Baizhua said, "A blood demon has planted its own blood essence in him, causing it to flow through his meridians and flesh. Normally, it won't show, but during battle, it will arouse the demonic nature. So, if you want to save him, you need to completely extract this drop of blood essence. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, he didn't actively become the demon race's heavenly Tao, so he subconsciously rejected this drop of demon blood. This is the only way to set things right. But even so, before the secret technique is used, his chances of survival are 50-50. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. In other words, even if I can capture someone from Mo Tian Dao in the future, I can't guarantee that I can save them? Baizhua slowly shook his head. I don't have enough ability. He was a half-saint and even he said he didn't have enough ability. Could he go find Xueli? Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had saved one and comforted him. He turned to the unconscious Du Wan and asked, "How is she? Can you save her?" Baizhua didn't dare say anything. "I will do my best." Yang Kai knew that this was the only way. He turned to the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm and asked, "What is your name?" The other person weakly replied, "Zhao Quan." After some questions and answers, Yang Kai learned that Zhao Quan was an elder of a medium-sized sect in the Western Territory. When the war broke out in the Western Territory, he became the demon race's hands in order to cover the retreat of his fellow disciples. He thought he would die, but the demon race just imprisoned him. After a while, a powerhouse of the demon race took him to a secret room and planted an evil technique on him. Then he became a member of Mo Tian Dao. This was the reason why Baizhua said that he didn't become the demon race's heaven's path on his own initiative. He became the demon race's hands in order to cover for his fellow disciples. According to him, many of the cultivator captured by the demon race were planted with the blood demon's essence and transformed into a part of Mo Tian Dao. A large number of them couldn't bear it and died on the spot. However, as long as they didn't die, they would be loyal to the demon race and become a different person. Now that the evil technique in Zhao Quan's body was broken, his consciousness returned to clarity. He recalled the previous days and couldn't believe that he was willing to work for the demon race. Zhao Quan might be weak, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Yang Kai smiled. Now there is a chance for revenge. Do you dare to come with me? Zhao Quan immediately replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? As long as we can kill the demon race, what's wrong with Zhao Quan giving up his life? I should have died a few years ago. You don't need to give up your life. You just need to take me to become the demon race's heaven's path." Yang Kai smiled. He originally intended to become the demon race's heaven's path, but he couldn't find a chance. Now that Baizhua had rescued Zhao Quan, it gave him a chance. Zhao Quan was also a smart person. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Palace Master Yang is referring to the Four Seasons realm? Yes, I am now in the Four Seasons realm. I won't hide it from you. There are many people from Motian Dao gathered there. Zhao Quan nodded. This is just right. This Zhou will accompany Palace Master Yang. N, restore yourself first. I'll take you out of here later. Yang Kai flipped his hand and handed over a jade box containing a spirit pill for healing injuries. Zhao Quan took it and thanked him before taking the pill and sitting down to meditate. In the valley, the people of Motian Dao were still busy. However, it seemed that the day of the Great Array's success would be in the next few days. The Array Master patrolled back and forth, constantly issuing various instructions. When dawn arrived, everyone from Demonic Skypath dispersed and returned to their hiding places to conceal themselves. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai's figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Quan appeared beside him. Please instruct me, Palace Master Yang. Zhao Quan cupped his hands. After a night of recovery, his face was still pale, but it was much better than last night. At the very least, he had some ability to move and protect himself. Yang Kai briefly told him about the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Then he said, "You will be in charge of this trip. I will follow you and don't need to do anything. We just need to let them recognize us and let us join." Zhao Quan replied, "This is simple. When the time comes, Palace Master Yang will act according to my signal." "That's good. Let's go." Yang Kai smiled. Zhao Quan immediately led the way while Yang Kai followed behind. At the same time, Yang Kai put on the clothes he had prepared to cover his head and face. There was no other way. His popularity in the star boundary was too high. If he met one or two people who had seen him before, his identity would be exposed immediately. Chapter 3642. Although such a disguise was a bit suspicious, as long as it was handled properly, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After observing for a few days, he found that many people in the demon path had traces of disguise. There were also some who covered their heads and faces like him. Although these people were ordered to gather here, they didn't want to let each other know their origins and identities. Thus, his current appearance shouldn't be too abrupt. Once they were ready, the two immediately set off, heading straight for the valley where the Four Seasons Realm's gateway was located. After flying for a short time, Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Zhou, we are just going to become the demon race's heavenly Dao. We won't immediately kill people. You should restrain your murderous aura." Zhao Quan took a few deep breaths and calmed his mood. Once his murderous aura was restrained, he said, "Thinking of my sect's disciples, this Zhou couldn't help it. Palace Master Yang, please forgive me." Yang Kai replied, "I understand, but there will always be a chance." Zhao Quan was reminded to continue moving forward and didn't reveal any flaws. After entering the Valley of the Four Seasons realm, he immediately felt a divine sense probing from not far away. Yang Kai felt it clearly and knew the direction of the source of this divine sense. It should be the location of the Array Master. Before the big fish behind them showed up, everything here was presided over by the Array Master. Zhao Quan turned his head in that direction and heard Yang Kai's voice. Without hesitation, he led Yang Kai in that direction. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a cave. In front of the cave, a tall man with a white face and no beard was blocking the entrance. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's cultivation was also very good. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and had been following the Array Master all this time, responsible for protecting the Array Master's safety. During the days Yang Kai secretly observed, this person was inseparable from the Array Master. Seeing Zhao Quan and Yang Kai arrive, the pale-faced man didn't move and just looked at them coldly. Zhao Quan didn't say a word as he directly took out a black token and threw it at the person. The person took it, checked it and confirmed it before throwing it back. However, he still didn't show any intention of giving way. Instead, he reached out and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Quan looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and activated his demonic qi. In an instant, his demonic qi rolled and enveloped his body. He did not reveal his cultivation as an upper-rank demon king, only revealing the aura of an lower-rank demon king. He was not afraid that others would see through his disguise. Unless their spirit cultivation was stronger than his, no one would be able to see through his disguise. The pale-faced man was a third-layer Emperor Realm Venerable, so he naturally couldn't see through him. Seeing Yang Kai reveal his demonic qi, the vigilance on his face relaxed a lot. Everyone in Motian Path had demonic qi. Thus, even if they didn't know each other, as long as they showed traces of demonic qi, everyone would know that they were on the same side. The token Zhao Quan took out earlier was just an additional layer of identity verification. When Yang Kai revealed his demonic qi, Zhao Quan said, "I was ambushed on the way here and was injured. It is temporarily inconvenient for me to use techniques. Please forgive me." The demonic blood in his body had already been drawn out by Baizhua, so it was impossible for him to show any trace of demonic qi. However, he did look like he had yet to recover from his injuries, so there was nothing wrong with his excuse. In any case, Yang Kai had already revealed his identity. In the astral boundary, there were no normal people who would be willing to associate with Motian Path. The pale-faced man didn't doubt him. He just frowned and asked, "Who did you meet? Did you leave behind any flaws?" Zhao Quan nodded. "Don't worry. They have all been killed. However, the people I brought are almost all dead. Now only Junior Brother and I are left." The pale-faced man gently nodded. "It doesn't matter. The two of you are enough. Come in first and see Master Sun first." Then he turned and led Zhao Quan and Yang Kai inside. The cave was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. There were dozens of people gathered inside. They were the ones who had recently arranged the array with the Array Master. The Array Master was the Master Sun mentioned by the pale-faced man. At this time, Master Sun was meditating. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhao Quan in front of him. After a few words, Master Sun nodded slightly. "I asked you to come and help me arrange the array. Now that the array is almost complete, the two of you can stay here and heal for the time being. In 3 days, I will need your help." "Yes, I will follow Master Sun's instructions." Zhao Quan responded and led Yang Kai away. Just as he turned around, Master Sun suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Junior Brother, why are you hiding your face?" Zhao Quan cupped his hands. Junior Brother encountered a fire when he was young and his appearance was ruined. It isn't convenient for him to show his face. He didn't pause in his answer. He had obviously considered this issue. Master Sun glanced at Yang Kai again but was too lazy to entangle himself with this issue. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai and the others could pass the pale-faced man, it was fine. He asked this casually. The pale-faced man surged with his divine sense, as if he wanted to investigate whether Zhao Quan's words were true or false. However, how could he see? When his divine sense swept over, Yang Kai's face was blurred. He couldn't help frowning, thinking that Yang Kai was wearing a secret treasure. Master Sun didn't pursue this matter, and he didn't want to create more problems. There were twists and turns, but they finally passed. It seems simple, but if Yang Kai couldn't stimulate his demon yuan, it would be impossible for him to come here. The people of Motian Dao probably wouldn't think that there would be an anomaly like Yang Kai in this world. However, this method could only be used at this stage. In the future, once the news of Yang Kai returning to the astral boundary from the demon territory was completely exposed, the people of Motian Dao would definitely be alerted. At that time, it wouldn't work. The two people came to a corner of the cave and found an empty corner to meditate. Zhao Quan's injuries hadn't healed, and he really needed to heal. Yang Kai secretly observed the cultivation strength of the people in the cave. In fact, he had already investigated clearly, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to observe more. Just now, Master Sun had said that he would need them in 3 days, so Kai Yang secretly guessed that the spirit array should be completed in 3 days. When the time came for the spirit array to operate, he didn't know what they would need to do. The Southern Gate army said that this large array was a summoning array and might summon a peerless monster. But what kind of peerless monster was there in the Four Seasons realm? Moreover, since it was a summoning, there must be a certain price to pay. The array was only the foundation, so what was the price? Was it a blood sacrifice for the people of Ma Tiandao? If so, he didn't know if the people of Ma Tiandao would be willing. In any case, things should be clear in 3 days. Yang Kai could only wait quietly. In the next few days, the people of Ma Tiandao were still dormant during the day and went out to arrange the array at night. However, Master Sun didn't have any intention of calling out to Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. First, the two said that they were injured. Second, the array was about to be completed. It didn't matter whether they were needed or not. They only needed to contribute when the array was activated. Thus, the two people stayed in the cave for a few days. On the night of the third day, when the moon was high in the sky, Master Sun suddenly got up. Yang Kai, who had been secretly paying attention to him, saw that his expression had become much more excited. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, come out with me." After speaking, he took the lead and walked out. The dozens of people didn't hesitate and chased after him. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai found that the people of Ma Tiandao who had been hiding in the valley these days all came out at this time, each leading their own people and flying over. In a short while, hundreds of people gathered in one place. Master Sun's eyes swept over and he smiled faintly. "Everyone from the Emperor realm, take a step forward." After speaking, more than 20 people stepped forward, including Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. Grandmaster Sun nodded when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 jade slips flew out, each corresponding to an Emperor realm master. At the same time, Grandmaster Sun said, "These jade slips contain the method and location of the spirit array. Remember them well." Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slips. Using his divine sense, he found that it was as Master Sun said. The jade slips recorded the method to operate the array and the position they needed to stand in. The method should be the same. The position of the array was different for everyone. This nameless array actually required more than 20 people from the Emperor realm to work together to activate. No matter what its use was, this scale was extraordinary. It was no wonder that it took a long time to arrange it. Yang Kai looked up at Zhao Quan. His divine sense surged and he quietly sent him a message. Zhao Quan nodded imperceptibly. The method in the jade slips wasn't difficult to understand. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor realm weren't fools and naturally memorized it quickly. Master Sun also flew to a position at this moment and said in a clear voice, "Today's matter is done. Once it is done, there will be no shortage of rewards. Everyone enter the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so Emperor realm masters flew up and landed in their respective positions. Yang Kai and Zhao Quan were separated by a few li and were in 2 different positions. This way, if there really was a change, he wouldn't be able to take care of the other. However, he had secretly informed Zhao Quan, so he could safely escape. The array was about to be activated and the people from the Emperor realm entered the array. Yang Kai was puzzled. According to what the South Gate army said before, this array was still missing a key. These days, he hadn't seen Master Sun do anything special. Had the so-called key been unknowingly filled? At this time, it wasn't convenient for him to contact the South Gate army to inquire. He could only take one step at a time. Moreover, the big fish he guessed hadn't appeared. He didn't know if his guess was wrong or if the time wasn't right. If it was the former, it was easy to handle. Although there were many people in front of him, it wasn't enough for him to kill. If it was the latter, he needed to wait and see. In any case, things had already reached this point and Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what this array was doing. Chapter 36-43. The cultivators of the Emperor realm entered their respective positions while the other cultivators came to the center of the formation under the command of Master Sun and sat down cross-legged. A few hundred people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number to gather in one place. Once everything was ready, Master Sun shouted excitedly, "Start the formation!" The cultivators of the Emperor realm changed their hand seals and urged their own strength. In an instant, Rays of light bloomed from their feet and soared into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. The dazzling light quickly converged and turned into colorful patterns that converged toward the center of the formation. Right at this moment, a puff was heard, and the humming grand formation suddenly trembled without end, faintly showing signs of collapse. Master Sun's expression changed and he turned his head to look in one direction. Zhao Quan's face was pale and he was vomiting blood. The abnormal sound just now was the sound of him vomiting blood. Master Sun's expression suddenly sank. Zhao Quan's face was full of shame. The injuries I suffered before. Master Sun didn't let him say more and scolded him. Waste. He hurriedly instructed the pale-faced man to come forward and replace him. This formation required everyone to work together. If there was a problem with Zhao Quan's side, it would affect the whole body. If it wasn't fixed in time, the entire formation would collapse in a short time. Fortunately, he had a third-layer Emperor Realm Guard who came in handy at this time. The pale-faced man flew into the formation, grabbed Zhao Quan's collar and threw him out. His hand seals changed and the chaotic formation quickly stabilized again. In the valley, the patterns lit up and slowly flowed, converging toward the center. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the patterns in the valley had converged into a huge yin and yang fish pattern. The yin and yang fish were like living creatures that swam in the valley. A bolt of lightning shot out of the blue, and a person appeared in the sky above the center of the formation along with the bolt of lightning. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of the formation, was shocked and excited. It was because the person who came was a fake emperor. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had been hibernating here for so many days. Wasn't it all for this big fish? Previously, when Master Sun was about to set up the array, Yang Kai thought that he had guessed wrongly and that no big fish would come here at all. He almost killed him directly. Fortunately, he had waited a little longer. From the looks of it, there was indeed a big fish. However, this fellow was very cautious. He should have been hiding in the dark all this time and only revealed himself now. He quietly looked over and saw that this person was dressed in scholarly attire, like a teacher in a private school. He had a modest smile on his face. Even if they met such a person face to face, no one would think that he was from the demonic sky path. Yang Kai didn't dare to look at it too much. He glanced at it and immediately looked away. After this person appeared, Master Sun immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Wind Monarch. The Wind Emperor raised his hand. No need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work here. Master Sun said, It's my honor to be able to work for the Wind Monarch. It's not hard at all. Feng Jun nodded. He was very satisfied with Master Sun's performance. The conversation between the two entered Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of the person who came. He had only returned to the astral realm for a few days, so he didn't know much about the demonic sky path. However, from the limited information, he knew that the demonic sky path's pathmaster was the great emperors Kenyi, and Kenyi had the 4 great emperors of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain great emperors, all of whom had the cultivation of a fake emperor. The person who came was a fake emperor, and Master Sun called him the Wind Monarch. It was obvious that this guy was definitely one of the 4 great emperors under Kenyi. This time, he had really caught a big fish. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows, afraid that he wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement and reveal any flaws. Master Sun said again, Reporting to the Wind Monarch, everything here has been prepared. Very good. The Wind Monarch smiled. Mister, you have done well here. When we return, I will definitely ask the Pathmaster to reward you. Master Sun's face lit up with joy. He bowed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch didn't say anything else. Instead, his expression turned solemn. He held his hands in front of him with a devout expression, as if he was holding some sacred object, but there was clearly nothing in his hands. The next moment, a white bone appeared out of thin air. The bone was more than a foot long and curved at both ends. It looked unremarkable. It wasn't a rare treasure, nor was it the remains of a strange beast. It didn't even have the slightest bit of spirituality. However, the Wind Monarch treated this bone like a treasure. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this bone. If he wasn't wrong, this bone should be a rib, and it was a rib under a human's abdomen. From the color, the owner of this rib should have died many years ago. He didn't know how such an ordinary-looking rib was preserved. After the white rib appeared, the Wind Monarch suddenly raised his hand and slapped downwards. Below him was where the hundreds of disciples of the demonic heavenly path were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, these cultivators were all closing their eyes to regulate their breathing. How could they have expected such a sudden disaster? But then again, these people weren't even from the Emperor realm. Even if they knew that the Wind Monarch would attack them in advance, they probably couldn't resist. Under the slap, a strong wind blew and a tornado appeared, wrapping the hundreds of people inside. In an instant, miserable howls filled the air. Within the array, the expressions of the 20-odd people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. They looked at the Wind Monarch in horror. They obviously didn't expect the Wind Monarch to do this. Those people were brought here by them. Since the Wind Monarch attacked, wouldn't he also kill them? Even if they had become the demon race path and a part of the demonic heavenly path, their attachment to life still wouldn't change. At the critical moment of life and death, everyone would only think about themselves. Master Sun shouted in a timely manner, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. If the array is interrupted during operation, everyone will suffer a backlash. Moreover, the Wind Monarch already needs enough blood sacrifices, so there's no need for you to do anything. Everyone just needs to continue maintaining the array." Once these words were said, regardless of whether they were true or not, the experts of the Emperor realm were more or less relieved. However, they couldn't help but feel a little unhappy that Master Sun had concealed this matter. What was even more unpleasant was that once the array was in operation, it couldn't be interrupted. Forcibly interrupting it would cause a backlash to everyone. The only one who remained calm was Yang Kai. This was because he had the ability to compete with the Wind Monarch. Moreover, this array really did require a blood sacrifice. Yang Kai had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that the Wind Monarch had done this, it undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Within the tornado, the screams stopped after a few breaths of time. Although there were many disciples of the demonic heavenly path, hundreds of them, they were still not enough in front of the fake emperor. With one move, everyone died on the spot. The Wind Monarch hooked his hand, and a gap appeared in the rotating tornado. From that gap, a dark red river of blood slowly flowed out. Following his guidance, it flowed to the front of him and flowed into the rib bone in his hand. The blood entered the bone and disappeared. It was an extremely strange scene. There was nothing magical about the bone, but it could devour blood without any change in color. Hundreds of people were killed, so there was a lot of blood gathered. However, under the guidance of the Wind Monarch, the blood continued to flow into the rib bone. Slowly, the plain rib bone finally changed a little. Several complicated patterns appeared on the rib bone. These patterns seemed to be on the rib bone, but it was unknown what kind of mysterious technique was used to make them appear. Normally, they wouldn't be visible, but after the Wind Monarch did this, they were revealed. After seeing these patterns, the Wind Monarch's expression clearly became more excited. As the blood continued to be devoured, more and more patterns appeared, gradually covering the entire rib bone. At the same time, an extraordinary aura spread out from the rib bone. Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Although the aura was weak, he could clearly feel it. It was the aura of the great emperors. An ordinary rib bone, after devouring blood, had many patterns appear on it. Then it actually emitted the aura of the great emperors. At first, he thought he had sensed wrongly, but although the aura was weak, it was becoming more and more obvious. It was weak because it had been too long. However, no matter how long it had been, the power it contained wouldn't change at all. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He was already pleasantly surprised that he had caught such a big fish this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a change in the situation. The aura of the great emperors wouldn't appear for no reason. Since it was related to the rib bone, it meant that the rib bone should belong to one of the great emperors. Whose was it? He had seen the 10 great emperors in the world. He had even met the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong, a few times. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that the rib bone didn't belong to any of the great emperors he knew because the aura didn't match. Since it wasn't the rib bone of one of the great emperors, it must belong to one of the great emperors of the past. In a flash, the title of one of the great emperors popped up in Yang Kai's mind. At this moment, the Wind Monarch suddenly groaned. Yang Kai quietly looked over and saw that the rib bone he had been holding in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if it was going to fall out of his hand at any time. The Wind Monarch naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He grabbed the rib bone in the palm of his right hand. The rib bone was still trembling, and the groan sounded again. Yang Kai clearly saw that the Wind Monarch's right hand, which was holding the rib bone, was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time great emperor had passed in his right hand. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had guessed correctly. This place was the gateway to the Four Seasons realm. Apart from the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who else could it be? It was just that he didn't know where the Wind Monarch had obtained the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. He had people set up a large array here and used evil techniques to stimulate the hidden spirituality in the rib bone. His goal was definitely not small. Although it had been countless years, and although it was only a rib bone, the flowing time great emperor's power of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor's power of time was a brand in every part of his body. The power of time flowing in the rib bone caused the Wind Monarch to suffer a lot. Chapter 36:44. In any case, the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, while the flowing time great emperor was a figure who had died countless years ago. Just a piece of the great emperor's remains was still majestic. The power of the flowing time great emperor was simply shocking. It was no wonder that throughout the history of the Star Realm, only the great emperors were comparable to the great emperors Wukong of the heaven-devouring great emperor. However, the two were not born in the same era, otherwise it would have been a fierce battle. Although the remains of the flowing time great emperors were powerful, it was still a dead object after all. The Wind Monarch was not unable to resist it. The demonic chi was activated, and under the rolling of the demonic chi, it resisted the principle of time hidden in the remains. The withered right hand that had faded in color recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the Wind Monarch sneered and raised the remains in his hand high up. In an instant, the light of the entire valley seemed to converge on that rib. The Wind Monarch made a seal with one hand and entered the array, becoming the eye of the array. In just a moment, the remains of the great emperors were inseparable from the entire array. More than 20 people of the Emperor realm activated the power of the array and poured it into the remains of the great emperors. At this moment, the expressions of the people of the Emperor realm turned cold, and Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. This was because when the entire array became complete, everyone felt that they had become a part of the array. The power of others flowed into the array, circulated in the array, and converged into the remains of the great emperors, circulating endlessly. This situation was in line with what Master Sun had said before. Once the array was activated, no one could casually stop it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer an extremely serious backlash. The backlash was the combined attack of all the people of the Emperor realm present. Who could resist such power? Even the Wind Monarch might not be able to. Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. He had only come here to find out the intentions of this group of people from Devil Sky Dao, and he had only cooperated with them to hide his identity. Who knew that he would end up in such an awkward situation? Although he was strong and had a half-dragon body, if he really suffered the backlash of the array, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. However, he wasn't too willing to continue maintaining the array and working for the demonic way. Although it seemed like a dead end, there was still a way out. Yang Kai only had a few thoughts in his mind before he calmed down. It wasn't the critical moment yet, so he had to wait and see. The power of the array continued to flow into the remains of the great emperors. Under this power, the remnant spirituality in the remains seemed to be gradually excavated. The aura of the great emperors became more and more obvious and rich. The law of time wreaked havoc in a certain place high up in the sky. The flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making that place look different. At a certain moment, when the aura of the skeleton reached its peak, the Wind Emperor, who had been standing still, suddenly had his eyes brighten. He shouted, "Open!" Grabbing the skeleton with his right hand, he slowly pointed at the void in front of him. With a tap of his finger, an expanse of ripples appeared in space. With the corpse as the center, it swiftly spread out in all directions. The ripples didn't vanish but continued on, causing the expanse of space ahead to become illusory and unreal. And in this illusory void, a huge silhouette gradually appeared. At first, the silhouette was blurry, making it impossible to see what it was. It was like a mirage, but as the Wind Emperor changed his hand seals, the silhouette gradually became clearer and was no longer so illusory. The people of the Emperor realm who were maintaining the array all looked up in shock, unable to take their eyes off it. It was the silhouette of a palace. In the void, a huge palace was being pulled out by the Wind Emperor. As the silhouette gradually became clearer, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's hearts. It was as if the Wind Emperor wasn't pulling out a palace, but a peerless monster that wanted to swallow everyone. Grandmaster Sun laughed wildly and shouted excitedly, "The Wind Emperor is mighty. The flowing time temple has appeared. In 10,000 years, the demonic path will unify the star boundary." The flowing time temple was actually the flowing time temple. It wasn't until this moment that the people of the Emperor realm understood what the palace that the Wind Emperor pulled out of the void was. It was actually the flowing time temple, the legendary palace of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. This was the valley where the gateway to the Four Seasons realm was located. Everyone knew this, so the appearance of the flowing time temple in the void wasn't so unexpected. It was also at this time that they realized what kind of grand event they had participated in. For a moment, they were all excited. Today, the Tao Master would reward them handsomely in the future. As for the subordinates killed by the Wind Emperor as a blood sacrifice, they were nothing. Yang Kai and Song Delu also showed the same excited expression as the others. Looking at the somewhat familiar flowing time temple, they thought that the Southgate army was right. The array presided over by Grandmaster Sun was indeed a summoning array. However, what it summoned wasn't some peerless monster, but the flowing time temple of the Four Seasons realm. These guys from the Demon Sky Path were really quite ambitious. They had even set their sights on the temporary imperial residence of the flowing time great emperor. However, Kenyi was also a great emperor after all. Though the flowing time divine palace was good, it might not be of any use to him. However, it was different for the Wind Monarch. If a fake emperor could obtain the flowing time divine palace, it was not necessarily impossible for him to comprehend the secrets of the regulations of time and strive for the pinnacle of the great Tao. Thus, this matter was presided over by the Wind Monarch, and the afterimage did not appear. Moreover, the Southgate army had said before that this array was missing a key item. Now, it seemed that it was indeed missing. The remains of the great emperors in the Wind Emperor's hand was that key item. The flowing time temple was hidden in the Four Seasons realm. The Four Seasons realm couldn't be opened before the time was up, but the remains of the flowing time great emperors could connect with the flowing time temple. With the power of more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters and the Great Emperor's corpse as a medium, the Wind Monarch's fake Emperor body was able to achieve such a feat. The Demon Heavenly Way scheme was not small, and they had spent a great deal of effort. The huge palace gradually became clear. Every brick and tile in the palace flowed with an ancient aura. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he had completely figured out the intentions of the demonic path. They had endured for so long just for this moment. His divine sense connected to the sealed world bead, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was cold and murderous. 3 figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. One of them directly rushed towards the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai, while the other two rushed straight towards the Wind Emperor. Who would be able to stop the three half-saints when they attacked? At the very least, the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai couldn't stop them. This Emperor realm cultivator from the Emperor realm was only a first-order Emperor realm master. All his attention was attracted by the outline of the flowing time temple in mid-air. So he didn't expect the people beside him to suddenly attack. But even if he did, he wouldn't have the power to resist. When Baya rushed in front of him and pointed her finger, the man showed a stunned look and turned to look at Baya. For a moment, he didn't understand where this person came from. Baya didn't have the slightest murderous intent. His finger was just to destroy the operating spirit array. But when Baya's finger touched the man, he didn't even make a sound before he exploded into dust with a bang. In an instant, not even his bones were left. It wasn't Baya who killed him, but the backlash from the spirit array killed him. How could a first-order Emperor Realm Master withstand the joint attack of more than 20 the Emperor Realm cultivators? Not only him, but even Baya herself was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. The demonic chi on the surface of her body was tumbling. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in mid-air and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone from the Emperor Realm who entered the spirit array groaned in unison. They were all severely injured in an instant. Those who suffered less severe injuries felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Those who suffered more severe injuries vomited blood and fell to the ground. When the spirit array completely backfired, no one was safe and sound. What Master Sun said before was true. However, the backlash also varied. Those with higher cultivations could withstand it better, while those with lower cultivations couldn't withstand it. Especially the person who was pointed at by Baya. It could be said that he was the one who destroyed the spirit array, so he suffered the strongest backlash. He directly exploded and died. Yang Kai also suffered from the backlash. For a while he saw stars and felt dizzy. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus flickered with 7-colored light and a cool feeling filled the air, stabilizing his mind. When he looked up, his expression turned cold. When Baya destroyed the spirit array, the Dharmakaya and Bai Zhua had already pounced on the Wind King. The two half-saints' strength was extremely impressive. As one of the half-saints' subordinates under Yu Ru Meng, Bai Zhua had been promoted to a half-saint for many years and had profound skills. Although the Dharmakaya was a newly promoted half-saint, he had the body of a stone mongoose. He had the power of the stone fire origin and had cultivated the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If they were to fight alone, neither of them would be afraid of the Wind King. However, if the two of them joined forces, the Wind King would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Yang Kai originally thought that even if the Wind King wouldn't be defeated quickly, the current situation wouldn't be too good. He would definitely be suppressed by the Dharmakaya and Bai Zhua. When Baya recovered, the three of them would fight against the Wind King. With Yang Kai's help, they would be able to crush the Wind King however they wanted. But in fact, the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the Dharmakaya and Bai Zhua were already 300 feet away from the Wind King. However, Bai Zhua was frozen at that distance, maintaining a pouncing posture. Couldn't be said that he was frozen because he was still moving forward. However, his speed was extremely slow. At this speed, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach the Wind King's side. On the other hand, the Dharma body was fighting with the Wind King. Both of their movements were extremely fast. It was not the kind of speed that was at the limit of the physical body. Instead, their movements were accelerated countless times by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged thousands of moves, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble, creating a dazzling scene like a flower. Even countless afterimages appeared beside the two of them. At first glance, it looked as if countless Dharmakayas and countless Wind Kings were fighting. If Yang Kai wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to see what the two of them were doing. One was extremely fast while the other was extremely slow. They formed an extremely sharp contrast and looked indescribably strange and awkward. Chapter 36:45. With just a glance, Yang Kai understood that the time within 300 feet of the Wind Monarch had been distorted. That was why there was such a visual illusion. At this moment, what the eyes saw might not necessarily be real. And all of this should be the power of the remains of the great emperors, not the Wind Monarch himself. Without thinking, Yang Kai soared into the sky and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. His expression was solemn, and the devil chi rolled around his body. He was covered in righteous and evil aura. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream." Within 300 feet, Yang Kai slapped down with his palm. The distorted time and space were instantly smoothed out. Although Yang Kai's attainments in the law of time were not deep, he was still a beginner. The flowing time great emperor shuttling seal was a divine technique passed down by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It could naturally resist the power of the remains of the great emperors. At the same time, Baizhua, who was affected by the law of time, broke free from the shackles. With a roar, he raised his hand and a crimson blood river rushed toward the Wind Monarch. In the blood river, vengeful souls rolled and screamed miserably. His power was unfathomable. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The demonic war hammer appeared in his hand and smashed it toward the Wind Monarch. 2 half-saint and 1 upper-grade demon king, each showing their divine technique, targeted the Wind Monarch. Their magnificent power shook the mind. Faced with this unforeseen event, the Wind Monarch's expression changed greatly. As a fake emperor, he had sharp senses and naturally knew that both the Dharmakaya and Baizhua were not to be trifled with. In addition, there was also Baya, who had just been sent flying by the backlash of the formation. Now 3 half-saint had jumped out at once. How could he fight against them alone? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an idea flashed through his mind. He glared at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Yang Kai!" As one of the 4 great monarchs of the demonic heavenly Tao, he was naturally well informed. Previously, when Yang Kai brought Yu Rumeng and the others back from the demonic heavenly Tao's territory, he had met Qin Yi. The great emperors Yi Ying would naturally pass on this information, and the Wind Monarch had obtained this information from Qin Yi. Therefore, he didn't doubt why a half-saint from the demon race would attack him, because he knew that the other party was an enemy. As expected of a fake emperor, he remained calm in the face of danger. With a single thought, a gale rose, and wind blades revolved to protect his body, turning into layers of wind shields. He raised his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped artifact to attack Baizhua. That artifact was only a foot long and looked very ordinary, but Baizhua acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His body that was charging forward suddenly stopped, and the blood river flowed backwards to protect him. With a loud bang, the shuttle-shaped artifact exploded, and it directly blasted the river of blood into pieces, causing Baizhua to lose his footing and retreat 1,000 meters, causing him to be covered in dirt and grime. The Wind Monarch raised his hand again, and a huge palm print collided with the Avatar's demonic war hammer. The Avatar was pushed back explosively, but the Wind Monarch suddenly turned into a breeze and dodged this ferocious attack effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Monarch forced 2 half-saint to retreat. The strength of his methods could be seen clearly. Yang Kai's flowing time great emperor had already slammed down on the Wind Monarch's chest. The Wind Monarch groaned. His face twisted, and he aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon it stopped and returned to normal. The flowing time great emperor was powerful, but it depended on who the enemy was. The Wind Monarch had the body of a fake emperor and could even resist the laws of time in the remains of the great emperors. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist the flowing time great emperor. However, he was not completely unscathed. Yang Kai's palm had injured him somewhat. The Dharmakaya and Baizhua returned. Even Baya suppressed the surging chi and blood in her heart and rushed over from afar. The 3 half-saints' murderous intent surged to the sky. Yang Kai's flowing time great emperor's flying shuttle seal appeared again. Feng Jun looked helpless. He could block the joint attack of the 2 half-saint and Yang Kai, but he definitely couldn't block the second attack. Moreover, there was also Baya this time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but it was really difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. He had many subordinates from the Emperor realm, but they were all injured or dead from the backlash of the array. They were useless. The only one who was unharmed was Master Sun, a master of array formations who wasn't good at fighting. He gritted his teeth and hated Yang Kai and the others for being shameless. They actually bullied him with numbers. They didn't have the demeanor of a master, but he didn't hesitate at all. When he showed a determined expression, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on the remains of the great emperors in his hand. As the light shone, a big golden word flew out from the remains of the great emperors. The word was strange, and no one could recognize it. Yang Kai and the others' expressions changed. It didn't matter if they didn't recognize it, as long as they could feel the dangerous aura from it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's eyes turned fierce. He didn't retreat but moved forward. The flowing time great emperor slapped down again. The Dharmakaya demonic warhammer and the divine technique of Baizhua and Baya arrived at the same time. The golden word flashed, and everyone's thoughts stopped at this moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he saw that Feng Jun's face in front of him was obviously older. He originally looked like he was in his 30s, but now he looked like he was in his 40s. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal had disappeared, and the Dharmakaya Baya and Baizhua's attacks were nowhere to be seen. It was as if a few breaths of time had passed from their lives. No one knew what had happened in those few breaths of time. The Feng Jun, who had aged 10 years, had an unfathomable smile on his face. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai hurriedly examined himself. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he felt relieved. However, he still broke out in a cold sweat. The Feng Jun must have done something just now, but no one saw it or noticed it. Turning his head to look at the three half-saint, he immediately saw the problem. Baizhua was frozen in place like a statue. He didn't move at all, and there was a faint golden light on his chest. He had been hit. Baya discovered the problem before he did. She said with an ugly expression, "He's not dead." Indeed, he wasn't dead. Baizhua's body was full of vitality, and there wasn't even a trace of injury. However, he had inexplicably turned into a statue and didn't move at all. The golden word that had flown out from the remains of the great emperors had also disappeared. It was certain that Baizhua's current state had something to do with the golden word. "Do you still want to fight?" The Feng Jun smiled with a look of victory. "You will die here. Hurry up and run for your lives. Maybe you can live a little longer." "Kill!" Yang Kai roared in response. He clapped and pulled his hands, and a huge crescent blade slashed toward the Feng Jun. The Dharmakaya and Baya also attacked from both sides. The Feng Jun spat out another mouthful of essence blood on the remains of the great emperors. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was furious. The power of the strange golden word was unpredictable. It was obviously a divine technique hidden in the remains of the great emperors. He originally thought that the Feng Jun could only use it once. Losing Baizhua wouldn't affect the situation much. He still had two half-saint on his side, but he didn't expect the Feng Jun to be able to use it again. What was there to fight? Although he had sacrificed his essence blood, the golden word could turn a half-saint into a statue. He only needed to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the Feng Jun team would be wiped out. The great monarch's remains glowed brightly again, and another huge golden character flew out from within. The situation was exactly the same as before. When the golden character appeared, everyone's thoughts stopped. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still safe and sound, and so was the Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Baya and Baizhua had both turned into statues and were motionless. The price the Feng Jun paid was that he aged a little. The originally gentle middle-aged man had now become a little old man in his 50s or 60s. Squinting at the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "If you can use that technique again, I will wring my head off and give it to you." The Feng Jun coughed a few times, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. "Palace Master Yang's eyes are sharp. With my ability, I can only use that technique twice at most." It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, But after the two golden words appeared, many small cracks appeared on the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand. It seemed that the technique just now had caused great damage to the remains of the great emperors, and it wouldn't be able to withstand it a third time. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly, and with an arrogant expression, he said fiercely, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" How infuriating. He had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and people. It wouldn't be a problem to take down a fake emperor. However, the other party had struck first, and Baizhua and Baiye were directly eliminated from the battlefield. Although the two half-saint were still alive and didn't show any signs of injury, who knew what kind of divine technique those golden words were? It would probably take a lot of effort to undo them. Therefore, Yang Kai had a belly full of anger. However, he still had the upper hand in the current situation. The Feng Jun had used the divine technique of the great emperors twice in a row, and he had also paid a big price. On the other hand, he and the Dharmakaya were almost intact. If they really fought, the Feng Jun would definitely not be the Dharmakaya's opponent. Although he was at a great disadvantage, the Feng Jun was still smiling. Palace Master Yang, do you think victory is in your hands? Although I can't use the technique just now, I'm not a fish on the chopping board. Palace Master Yang, if you want to make things difficult for me, please think twice. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Destroy your own cultivation, and I may spare your life. The Feng Jun shook his head and laughed. Palace Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself. As he spoke, he raised the remains of the great emperors that were full of cracks in his hand. There's still a secret technique hidden in this bone, but I don't want to use it unless it's a last resort. Therefore, I want to negotiate with Palace Master Yang. There's no room for negotiation. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. In today's situation, either you die or I die. The Feng Jun looked helpless. He lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Then he looked up at Yang Kai. Palace Master Yang, do you have to do this? Or you can give me the remains of the great emperors. The Feng Jun shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. Other than that, everything else is negotiable. Then there's no room for negotiation. When Yang Kai finished speaking, his whole body suddenly blurred. The next moment, he rushed in front of the Feng Jun, raised his finger, and pointed at the Feng Jun. The power of this finger condensed all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Although it wasn't a divine technique, even a fake emperor couldn't be unharmed after being hit by it. The embodiment and Yang Kai's mind were connected. When Yang Kai made his move, the embodiment had already rushed behind the Feng Jun. On the demonic war hammer, the embodiment rolled and smashed down. This time, the Feng Jun didn't spit out any essence blood, and no golden words appeared on the remains of the great emperors. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was alarmed. His finger moved faster and faster, and the embodiment's demonic war hammer smashed down even more fiercely. With a light cracking sound, an invisible force enveloped the Wind Monarch. Chapter 36:46. The sound came from the remains of the great emperors in the Wind Monarch's hand. Half of the 1-foot-long rib bone suddenly broke, and the front half turned into powder and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the Wind Monarch, who was so close to him, was suddenly thousands of miles away. The all-out attack and the embodiment's demonic war hammer both hit empty air. Looking up again, the Wind Monarch's figure had merged into the outline of the flowing time temple. He seemed to have entered another world, looking at Yang Kai through a transparent barrier. Standing in front of the magnificent gate, under the plaque of the flowing time temple, the Wind Monarch's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, you ruined this king's plan. When this king comes out, I will slaughter your high heaven palace." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. How could he not know that he had entered the Four Seasons realm? The Four Seasons realm would not be opened easily, but since Chongqi could enter it, it meant that this small world was not completely closed, and there were other ways to enter. The Wind Monarch had mastered one of these methods. When the large array was interrupted, the gradually revealed outline of the flowing time temple froze. Now, when the Wind Monarch used the remains of the sea in his hand as a medium to send himself into the Four Seasons realm, the flowing time temple slowly became blurry and disappeared again. The Wind Monarch set up a large array here and came here with the remains of the great emperors. His original plan was to summon the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm and refine it into his palace. But Yang Kai led the half-saint of demon race to cause trouble, so this plan could not work. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to enter the flowing time temple himself. That's why he hated Kai Yang so much, and why he had spoken such harsh words. Looking at the situation when the outline completely disappeared, it would be the moment when the small world of the Four Seasons realm was completely isolated from the star boundary. The flowing time temple faded very quickly. In the time it took for the Wind Monarch to speak, the outline had almost disappeared. Yang Kai took a step forward, the space principle surging around him, and his divine sense spread forward like a tide. At the same time, he said, "You stay." These words were said to the embodiment. He could not enter the Four Seasons realm before because he could not detect the space beacon in the void of the Four Seasons realm. Now that he had obtained the power of the Wind Monarch and the remains of the great emperors, the Four Seasons realm had a little connection with the star boundary. With his attainment in the space principle, he should be able to break through the barrier of the Four Seasons realm and enter the Four Seasons realm and pursue Monarch. No matter what the Wind Emperor was plotting, he was one of the four great demon emperors of the demon heavenly way, so Yang Kai couldn't just turn a blind eye to him. What's more, he still had people in the Four Seasons realm. However, he could pursue, but the embodiment could not leave. Bai Zhua and Bai Ye had been affected by the divine technique of the great emperors, turning into statues and unable to move. They needed someone to look after them. Of course, he could take Bai Zhua and Bai Ye back into the small sealed world, but the emperor realm of the demon path had not all died yet, so the embodiment had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Hearing this, the embodiment also knew that the current situation did not allow him to follow, so he immediately nodded, "Be careful." No one knew better than him what the embodiment was capable of, so even if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, the embodiment was not too worried. What's more, the Wind Monarch had continuously used the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, which consumed a lot of energy. It was unknown how much strength he could exert now. Moreover, not only were the two little kids Yang Shui and Yang Xiao in the Four Seasons realm, but there were also masters like Lu Yen and Shongqi. Even if the Wind Monarch did not know, how could the embodiment not know? The Wind Monarch thought that he could sit back and relax after escaping to the Four Seasons realm, but in fact, he had broken into a tiger's den. The only question was how the Wind Monarch would react when he met them in the Four Seasons realm. He would probably be very surprised. This was the advantage of communicating with the embodiment. There was no need to waste words, and they could see through each other's thoughts with just a thought. However, in the time it took to say this sentence, the outline of the flowing time temple had completely disappeared, along with the figure of the Wind Monarch. The connection between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary was soon to be cut off. When the law of space surged, Yang Kai took 3 steps forward. When he took the first 2 steps, he was still in the same place, seemingly not moving at all. It was extremely strange, but when he took the 3rd step, he inexplicably disappeared. The embodiment also lost the connection with Yang Kai at the same time, knowing that he should have entered the Four Seasons realm. A great battle between a fake emperor and half-saint level started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. At this moment, Master Sun, who was watching the show from the side, turned pale and turned to escape. A figure had already blocked in front of him. Zhao Quan's expression was cold, holding 2 huge copper hammers in his hands, as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. "Master Sun, where do you want to go?" When the spirit array had just been activated, Zhao Quan had reversed his cultivation method and forced out a mouthful of blood to escape the spirit array. This was also the idea that Yang Kai had given him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape once the spirit array was fully activated. Looking at the fate of the people from the Emperor realm lying on the ground, it was clear that if Zhao Quan entered the spirit array with his cultivation, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Escaping early to save his life, He was now in the best state of the people from the Emperor realm except for Master Sunday. Although Grandmaster Sun's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were profound and he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, his ability to fight with others was very poor. There was already a half-saint demon race eyeing him covetously, and now that Zhao Quan was blocking his way, he immediately panicked and tried to act tough. Get lost, or this king won't show mercy. Zhao Quan slowly shook his head. Before Palace Master Yang returns, Master Sun should stay. He didn't immediately kill him. His own experience was the best example. As long as he could extract the blood demon essence blood from his body, the people of the demon heavenly path would naturally recognize their position and no longer serve the demon race. Unless it was someone who took the initiative and sincerely sought refuge with the demon race. Generally, those who were affected by the secret technique and changed their temperament would turn back. Zhao Quan didn't know the situation of others, but he had heard before that this Master Sun was also a demon disciple who was captured by the demon race and was affected by the secret technique. Words were useless. Master Sun decisively threw a jade card at Zhao Quan. The most common method used by array masters in battle was to release an array plate. It was convenient and fast to seal the spirit array in the array plate. Zhao Quan waited with rapt attention. But before the array plate flew in front of him, a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. Looking closely, it was one of the helpers that Yang Kai had summoned before. With a gentle squeeze, the array plate was crushed. Violent energy poured out from the embodiment's hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Master Sun's expression changed greatly, and he took out a few more array plates. The embodiment didn't bother to entangle with him. He rushed forward and punched him, directly knocking him unconscious. Zhao Quan watched from the side with cold sweat dripping down his back. He was strong enough to fight so simply and violently. In a small world isolated from the outside world, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. The flowing time temple and the wind monarch were nowhere to be seen. Although he immediately chased after them, he was shuttling through the void. The difference of a few millimeters was huge, so the current situation wasn't strange. He had come to the Four Seasons realm once. At that time, his strength was still low. Now, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The Four Seasons realm originally didn't allow cultivators above the Tao Source realm to enter. This small world was maintained by its own laws. Unless one could transcend this law, they would be restricted. However, Qiongqi had opened the back door and brought Lu Yan in. Now, the Wind Monarch had broken in with the remains of the great emperors. The law restricting cultivation had broken by itself. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to enter unscathed. However, this was indeed the Four Seasons realm. Glancing around, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar. He should have been here before. After thinking about it again, he suddenly realized that this was the Two Seasons mountain range. The Four Seasons realm was divided into 4 major territory. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were clearly separated. The Two Seasons mountain ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, dividing the 4 territory. On the left and right of the Two Seasons mountain, the seasons were different. It was very mysterious. Recognizing the location, Yang Kai seriously recalled the location of the flowing time temple, then determined the direction and flew towards it. However, after taking a step, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face. This was because when he took that step forward, the environment he was in had suddenly changed completely. When he first entered this place, the surroundings were scorching hot, as if he was in the middle of summer. However, after taking that step, the scorching heat disappeared in an instant. The cold wind whistled in his ears and white snow entered his eyes. It was as if he had entered the coldest winter. The biting cold penetrated his flesh and blood through his pores. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably freeze to death within a few breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown as he had not encountered such a change last time. Although the seasons changed quickly, there was no sense of abruptness. The scenery around him was completely consistent with the seasons he felt. It was as if he had entered a different world after taking that step. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai took another step. When this step fell, the biting cold disappeared and was replaced by the bleak autumn wind. At the same time, the surrounding snow disappeared, the leaves withered and yellow, and the fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits. After the summer and winter scenes, he stepped into the autumn scene. Yang Kai raised his foot again, but this time he did not step forward, but took a step back. Logically speaking, this step should have been the winter scene that he had just encountered. But what was surprising was that when he took a step back, what greeted him was not the winter scene, but the spring scene where all things were revived. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward again. Step by step, the scenery in front of him changed like a merry-go-round. It was not his own vision, but the whole world. It was really a scene with every step. Moreover, there was no pattern to it at all. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter seemed to change at will. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened in the 4 seasons realm, it seemed that something had definitely changed in this place. What worried him now was whether this change was caused by the arrival of the Wind Monarch, or if it had always existed. If it was the former, it didn't matter. He just needed to find the Wind Monarch and get rid of him. If it was the latter, then it meant that Chongqi and the others had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, how could such a change occur in the 4 seasons realm? Chapter 36-47. The seasons in the 4 seasons realm changed constantly, and Yang Kai could see the scenery of a season with every step he took. If he encountered such a scene in normal times, Yang Kai would be ecstatic. After all, such a strange thing was not something that could be encountered easily. Calming down and comprehending it would surely yield some gains. But now that he had something important to do, Yang Kai was not in the mood to comprehend anything. He just kept his head down and rushed in the direction of the flowing time temple. As time went by, Yang Kai's face became dignified. He actually noticed that his lifespan was slipping away. Since the beginning of cultivation, at most 100 years, cultivators had seized the good fortune of heaven and earth, conspired for the fate of the universe, and had techniques to preserve their youthful looks. Therefore, Yang Kai looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s. Perhaps in another 100 years or even 1,000 years, his appearance would not change much. Generally speaking, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to feel their lifespan slipping away, unless the speed was very fast. Yang Kai was in such a situation at the moment. With every step he took, as he flew forward, he clearly felt that time was flowing on his body. After galloping for a few dozen miles, he felt like he had lived for decades. This wasn't an illusion. Yang Kai was sure that he had indeed been experiencing the passage of time for several dozen years. In other words, he had only flown a few dozen kilometers in the 4 seasons realm, yet he had aged several dozen years for no reason. This feeling made his heart sink. He did not know if it was because of the abnormal situation in the 4 seasons realm, or if he had really been flying for decades without realizing it. But no matter what the reason was, he could not stop, so even if he was aware of the flowing time Great Emperor, he still moved forward quickly. He calmed his mind and was not affected by external forces. After an unknown period of time, when a huge palace suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai stopped. Looking up at the palace, an ancient aura rushed towards him. Yang Kai's mind was a little absent-minded. At that moment, he could not remember why he had come here. He could not even remember who he was. 1,000 miles of land, 1,000 years of time, passed quickly as he flew. No matter what happened in the outside world, Yang Kai felt that 1,000 years had indeed passed. He had not thought for 1,000 years and had only flown forward instinctively. When he reached the end, he would naturally be at a loss. However, when the words "flowing time temple" appeared in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's confused eyes gradually lit up, and his chaotic mind quickly became clear again. He remembered who he was and why he had come here. The gate of the temple opened, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The moment he stepped through the door, he had already entered the flowing time temple. Before Yang Kai had time to examine the situation inside the temple, a figure flew towards him. Yang Kai's face went cold as he secretly circulated his demonic qi, ready to act at any moment. But when he saw the appearance of the person rushing towards him, his eyes couldn't help but widen. It was because that person's attire and appearance were exactly the same as his. If there was a mirror in front of him, he would definitely think that he was looking at a mirror. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't exactly the same. The other party's face seemed to be a few years older than his own, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. Yang Kai saw him, so naturally the other party also saw Yang Kai. When their eyes met, the man didn't wait for Yang Kai to say anything and directly said, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed past like a gust of wind, plunged into a crack, and disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that this hall was filled with void cracks. Each crack was long and short, like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Yang Kai was baffled by the man's words. Although he had several wives, he had no children so far, so how could he have a son? However, he did have a godson, and it was a dragon race. Yang Kai thought that as long as he entered the temple, he would be able to meet that smelly brat, but who would have thought that he would encounter such an inexplicable scene? But in any case, Yang Kai was a little concerned about the sudden appearance of a person who looked exactly like him, so he didn't hesitate and chased after the figure into a void crack. The next moment, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the world changed, and he appeared in the temple again. It was almost the same as the temple he was in just now, as if it hadn't moved at all. The surroundings were still filled with countless void cracks, and the man from before was nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai frown. He had obviously come in right after him, so why had he disappeared? Just as he was puzzled, a void crack suddenly fluctuated next to him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure suddenly rush out of the void crack. It was another him. This him seemed to be more seriously injured. His whole body was covered with golden blood. His clothes were tattered, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He hurriedly rushed in this direction. Yang Kai's expression froze. When he saw the first him before, he didn't react, so although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. He only thought that it might be an illusion, but when the second him appeared, he immediately carefully examined the other party, and the result made him inexplicably shocked. It was really him. Not only were their clothes and auras exactly the same, but even the power fluctuations and divine sense on their bodies were exactly the same. In this world, it was impossible for two people to be exactly the same. Even twins would have some slight differences, but this him was really exactly the same as Yang Kai, except for his appearance being a few years younger. But this difference in appearance was definitely not as simple as just a few years. When Yang Kai was flying through the Four Seasons realm, he felt as if 1,000 years had passed. The principle of time had passed on him for 1,000 years, but his appearance hadn't changed much. If he wanted to age him by a few years, it would definitely take more than 1,000 years, perhaps 2,000 years, or even 3,000 years. Moreover, if the two him were to be carefully distinguished, there would be some slight differences in appearance. Yang Kai couldn't bear to do this to himself, so he hurriedly called out, "Wait!" After calming down the qi and blood tumbling in his chest, Yang Kai looked around and waited with rapt attention. After a short while, a fluctuation came from one of the cracks, and Yang Kai hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, a moment later, a third him rushed out. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned, because this third him was even more embarrassed than the previous two. His appearance had not changed much, and he looked like he was in his 30s, but his hair was a little more ENC. How old was he? How could his hair have turned white? After the third him appeared, he immediately rushed toward Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he hurriedly said, "You are me, and I am you. The space-time here has been distorted. What you see now is the future, you understand?" Yang Kai did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Until now, he was not sure whether the one in front of him was him or not. If it was, then it meant that his future self and his present self had met here. However, if the space-time here was really distorted, it was really possible. What was wrong with it? Moreover, Chongqi clearly led Lu Yen, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui into the Four Seasons realm, but now it was alone. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Lu Yen were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? Since he couldn't wake Chongqi up, Yang Kai wanted to put it into the sealed world bead, but after several attempts, he still didn't succeed. It wasn't Yang Kai's fault, but Chongqi was wrapped in a layer of invisible power that made it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense. If he couldn't break through this invisible barrier, he couldn't put it into the sealed world bead. After struggling for a while, Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave up. Although Chongqi was sleeping, there was nothing wrong with it, so there was no need to worry too much. And since he could find Chongqi here, he should be able to find Lu Yen and the others. Yang Kai immediately sped up his search, checking the rooms one by one. In this flowing time temple, the passage of time was a very vague concept. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't distinguish it. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found Lu Yen in another room. Lu Yen hadn't changed much. She still looked like a little girl, but like Chongqi, she had fallen into a deep sleep, curled up on the floor of a room, sleeping soundly. After trying hard, Lu Yen really couldn't wake up. Her situation was exactly the same as Chongqi's. First it was Chongqi, then it was Lu Yen. Yang Kai really didn't know what they had encountered after entering the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai thought that he would be able to find Yang Xiao again, but who would have thought that even after searching all the rooms, he still couldn't find a trace of the two children. At the end of the long corridor, there was another hall. After entering this place, Yang Kai's mind was in a trance again. Because this hall was exactly the same as the place he was in before, he thought that he had returned to his original place. But there was someone here. Dressed like a Confucian scholar, he looked like a teacher. Demon Heavenly Path, one of the four great monarchs under the command of the sect master, the Wind Monarch. This Wind Monarch was in good condition, and all the injuries he had suffered before had been healed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a high platform in the hall. The high platform was shrouded in a translucent light curtain. Very obvious fluctuations of the time principle flowed out from the light curtain. At this moment, the Wind Monarch's eyes were closed, and he should be healing, unaware of Yang Kai's arrival. After narrowing his eyes and looking at him for a while, Yang Kai gently took a breath. When he exhaled, his demonic chi surged, and his fighting spirit soared. Although he had encountered three himself, who had been chased by the Wind Monarch, and although one of the himself had told him to hurry and find Yang Xiao, the situation in the flowing time temple was so strange and inexplicable. Chapter 36-49. Since he knew, how could he let Yang Kai get what he wanted? With his arms locked, he couldn't move. While he was shocked by Yang Kai's brute strength, Feng Jun didn't panic and just shouted, "Wind!" As soon as he finished speaking, he really turned into a breeze, ethereal and untraceable. Yang Kai's hands were empty as Feng Jun had already escaped. The falling mountains and rivers bell stopped in midair. Now that Feng Jun was free from his shackles, there was no need for the mountains and rivers bell to fall. That breeze was visible to the naked eye and extremely mysterious. It floated to the side and turned back into Feng Jun's figure. He smiled calmly and said, "Do you know how long this king has been waiting for you here?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he gave his own answer. 100 years, a whole 100 years. Feng Jun's face showed a happy expression. This place is really mysterious and unparalleled. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is indeed worthy of the name of the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Now that this king has recovered from his injuries, I'm afraid you are no longer my opponent. Although he entered the Four Seasons realm at the same time as Yang Kai, he had the remains of the great emperors in his hands, so he directly entered the Flowing Time Temple to heal and meditate here for 100 years, replenishing his previous losses and waiting for Yang Kai to come. Although he didn't understand what he said, how could Yang Kai not understand the meaning of his words? The Flowing Time Temple distorted time and space. Since Feng Jun could now recover to his original state, it naturally took 100 years. It was just that Yang Kai didn't understand the passage of time. On the other hand, Feng Jun probably didn't know what Yang Kai had experienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Feng Jun's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai and said, I have long heard that you are related to the dragon race on Dragon Island and possess the origin of the dragon race. Now it seems that it is true. However, external forces are external forces after all. How can they be more mysterious than your own power? Where is your helper? Aren't you going to summon it? Previously, Yang Kai had summoned 3 half-saint of demon race at once. Bai Zhua and Bai Ye had been sealed by him using the divine technique from the remains of the great emperors, leaving only a Dharmakaya behind. The Wind Monarch cared a lot about his Dharmakaya. If Yang Kai brought his Dharmakaya here, there would be a big battle today. I'll summon it when I need it. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Don't worry about it. The Wind Emperor nodded. Junior, although you are young, your strength is indeed extraordinary. To be honest, I really don't have the heart to kill you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Then why don't you just stick your neck out and stab me? It will save us all the trouble. The Wind Emperor naturally ignored his words and said earnestly, I think that I don't have the heart to kill you, but you want to be my enemy. It's really a headache. Why don't you also become the demon race's heavenly Tao? If we can become a family, we won't have these concerns. In this way, you can keep your life and I won't have any regrets. Isn't it great? Moreover, the Taoist master will be happy to accept a young talent like you. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. You want me to become the demon race's heavenly Tao? Sincerely. The Wind Emperor looked solemn. With your ability, if you can join, you will be valued by the Taoist master. Although you won't be as high as the 4 monarchs, you will definitely be the one with the highest position under the 4 of us. When the demon race unifies the astral world, you will be free and unfettered. Hee hee. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The Wind Emperor had a serious expression. Why are you laughing? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm laughing because you are willing to be someone else's dog and still have a face full of glory. I'm laughing because you have cultivated for so many years but still can't be at ease. You want to use your position under the 4 monarchs to win me over. But do you know who I am? Who are you? The Wind Emperor looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai stood straight and smiled proudly. I am the astral world's 55th army, the army commander of the GZ army. Why would I care about the position of the demon race's lackey? When he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and took out a large order. The Wind Emperor's expression changed greatly, and he raised his hand to take out a small hourglass. At the same time, a light flashed on the large order and a burly figure shot out from it. The army commander's order was not only a symbol of the army commander's identity, but it was also a weapon to protect one's life and kill the enemy. It contained a divine technique of the great emperors. The order in Yang Kai's hand was refined by Zhan Wu Hen. Naturally, his divine technique was sealed inside. Yang Kai was facing a fake emperor alone. Since his sneak attack failed, he directly took out the army commander's order and activated the divine technique of the great emperors. There were only 2 words he wanted to say. End the battle quickly. Fake emperors were not easy to kill, and the Wind Emperor had been here for 100 years. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he was also full of confidence. Yang Kai might not be able to gain any advantage if he fought with him with his own strength. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take out the power of the order. Zhan Wu Hen's figure became solid, as if the one who walked out of the order was himself. The aura of the great emperors rushed toward the Wind Emperor, making it hard for him to breathe. Guided by Yang Kai's aura, Zhan Wu Hen came to the Wind Emperor in a few steps and raised his hand to punch the Wind Emperor. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple punch, just like a fight between ordinary people. However, the Wind Monarch's expression was one of shock. He flipped the hourglass in his hand, and the fine sand flowed down. A layer of light spread out from the center of the hourglass. Zhan Wu Hen's figure was enveloped by the light. It was as if he had been struck by a spell, and he was frozen in place. Yang Kai's eyes widened. This situation was exactly the same as what happened to Baizhua and Baiya. The Wind Emperor couldn't help but laugh. "You're just so-so." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of cracking sounds. Zhang Wuhan's fist, which had been fixed in place, moved forward inch by inch, shattering the great restraints. Before the fist had even reached him, the void was already trembling. Cracks appeared one after another. The Wind Emperor let out a strange cry and was no longer as calm as before. He quickly retreated, but Zhang Wuhan's attack followed him like a maggot. Seeing that he was about to hit the Wind Emperor activated his Emperor's Qi again and turned the hourglass in his hand. It was exactly the same as before. A halo visible to the naked eye passed by and Zhang Wuhan's figure was fixed on the spot. This time, the Wind Emperor was no longer in the mood to mock him. He continued to retreat, his face extremely solemn. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhang Wuhan moved again and broke the restraint of the void. He was clearly hundreds of feet away from the Wind Emperor, but when he moved, the Wind Emperor was horrified to find that the fist was right in front of his face again. Third turn of the hourglass. Zhang Wuhan fixed his body again. After 3 moves and 3 fixes, Zhang Wuhan's figure suddenly became faint. In just 3 breaths, his whole person disappeared in the void. Obviously, the power of the divine technique had disappeared. This divine technique of the great emperors didn't hurt the Wind Emperor at all. Although it didn't hurt him, the Wind Emperor was greatly exhausted. Yang Kai clearly saw that every time the hourglass was turned, the Wind Emperor's face became uglier and his aura dropped significantly. In order to activate this treasure, he had to pay a heavy price. But what the hell was that hourglass? Yang Kai couldn't understand how such a terrifying treasure could exist in this world. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the words of the third self. Be careful of that hourglass. Its power was unpredictable. Its power was indeed unpredictable. Although the order of the army commander only sealed one divine technique of the great emperors, which was not as powerful as the great emperors themselves, it was definitely not something that an ordinary fake emperor could resist. Even so, it couldn't hurt the Wind Emperor, which showed the extraordinary power of this treasure. In the main hall, there were cracks everywhere. They were not only the void cracks, but also the space-time seemed to be in chaos. Such a situation was very similar to what Yang Kai encountered when he first entered the Flowing Time Temple. Ha 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 ha! The Wind Emperor laughed wildly with indescribable joy. He had escaped with his life from the great emperors. Even though he was in a difficult situation, it was enough to be proud of. Therefore, he was happy. He laughed loudly and held the hourglass in his hand while gasping for breath. "Junior, do you know what this is?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Where did you get it from?" It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to block Zhang Wuhan's divine technique with his own strength. But in fact, the Wind Emperor blocked it. Although he only relied on the power of the treasure, it showed that he was extraordinary. The appearance of this treasure was inexplicable. Obviously, the Wind Emperor didn't have it before. Otherwise, he would have used it to deal with the Dharmakaya and the others. Why would he use his blood to activate the power in the remains of the great emperors? Since he didn't have it before, the only explanation was that he got it from the Flowing Time Temple. This was the treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The treasure of the great emperors was used to deal with the great emperor's divine technique, which saved his life. He didn't break Zhang Wuhan's divine technique, but he exhausted his power. That's right. The Wind Emperor laughed happily. "I got this treasure from the high platform. You probably don't know that this treasure is the treasure of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, this treasure was left in the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the fated person to get it. And I am that fated person." Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Chongqi, the old guy. Since this guy was the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had guarded the Flowing Time Temple for countless years, he must know about this treasure. Since he knew about it, why didn't he take it away? Moreover, he had brought Yang Xiao and the others in before. Since there was a treasure here, why did he leave it to others? Now that the hourglass had fallen into the hands of the Wind Emperor, the life-saving divine technique that was sealed in the order of the army commander had been destroyed. This situation was really awkward. Yang Kai was so angry that he felt that he was about to be cheated to death by that old guy Chongqi. The Wind Emperor had obtained a new treasure and used it to exchange a blow with the great emperors. He was feeling complacent and had no one to share his happiness with when Yang Kai's question suddenly scratched his itch. Naturally, he had to tell the truth. Rubbing the hourglass in his hand, the Wind Emperor laughed and said, "This is the endless hourglass, which contains 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. Each grain of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand was personally refined by the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. 1 grain of sand can accelerate 1 month of time. 10,008 grains. That's the power of more than 800 years of time. The divine technique of the Great Emperors is indeed extraordinary. But how could it resist the power of this treasure?" Previously, when Zhan Wuhen appeared, the Wind Emperor was scared to death. Now that the crisis was over, he seemed to be able to predict the future. This feeling was very similar to what he had experienced when he was rushing to the Flowing Time Temple from the Two Seasons Mountain. As if he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, the Wind King laughed. "Who do you think the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand is supporting? Stupid Junior, what is flowing in the endless hourglass is not the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand, but your lifespan." Yang Kai's face sank. It was not because the Wind King was exaggerating, but because he could confirm that what the Wind King said was true. When the endless hourglass locked onto him, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand began to flow, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. A grain of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand represented the power of 1 month. After fleeing for a while, Yang Kai's hundreds of years of lifespan had been taken away by the endless hourglass out of thin air. This kind of treasure that could take away one's lifespan made Yang Kai feel a chill all over his body. He could not help but think that if this continued, he would suddenly die of old age here. Death was nothing to be afraid of. Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor's cultivation was short, he had seen and experienced too many wonderful things in his life. Even if he died in battle at this moment, he would have no regrets. However, dying without fighting and having his lifespan sucked away by the Wind King was a little unacceptable. Therefore, Yang Kai turned around, stopped, and clasped his hands together. He stared at the crack he had escaped from and smashed down heavily with the momentum of a mountain. This strike gathered all the power of his 300 Zhonglong dragon body. Even if the great emperors were here, he would still smash them until they bled. In the next moment, the Wind King chased him out of the crack. He was not surprised at all. He just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently. When the two fists smashed down, Yang Kai's heart sank slightly. He did not feel anything under his hands. This thunderous strike had hit nothing. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Wind King's speed had suddenly increased, and he had dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. Before Yang Kai could react, a strong force came from behind him. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. He rushed straight to the crack in front of him. He entered the crack and returned to the hall. There was someone in the hall. An intact him was standing there stupidly, looking at him in a daze. Yang Kai could clearly feel the surprise and vigilance in his eyes, just like when he entered the hall. "Did I meet my past me?" ? Yang Kai's face twitched. He did not know what expression to make. Unexpectedly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to say, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." After saying that, he realized that this sentence was exactly what he had heard when he entered the hall. Chapter 36:51. The hall instantly turned into a sea of fire. The space was filled with flames, leaving no blind spots. Only the Wind Monarch was surrounded by a gentle breeze. There was no fire within 30 feet of him. He was like a rock in the middle of a storm, unmoving. The Wind Monarch snorted, "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Then, he stepped forward and slowly walked toward Yongkai. The sea of fire parted to two sides, revealing a path for him to pass through. Wherever the Wind Monarch walked, the flames were extinguished. In a flash, he came to 100 feet away from Yongkai. In terms of size, he was dozens of times weaker than Yongkai. However, in terms of aura, he was superior. It was as if he was the one standing high above. He raised his hand and twirled his fingers. A small fan appeared in his empty right hand. The fan was only a foot long, but it was flowing with light. The Wind Monarch raised the fan and waved it at Yongkai. In the midst of a gust of wind, a wind blade shot out from the fan. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet long and slashed toward Yongkai. Yongkai wanted to dodge, but his perception of time was distorted. How could he dodge? When he reacted, the wind blade was already in front of him. He hurriedly raised his arms and crossed them in front of his face. With a bang, Yongkai's body shook. His hill-like body slid backward. A huge wound appeared on his arms, and blood flowed out. Borrowing the force, he turned around and swept his tail toward the Wind Monarch. The dragon tail covered in dragon scales was like a long whip. As it swept across the void trembled and shattered. The Wind Monarch sneered. He lifted his feet slightly and dodged it with a few steps. It was very easy. Yongkai's attack missed and he pounced forward, chanting in dragon language again. The Wind Monarch raised the small fan in his hand and waved it towards Yongkai again. This time, it wasn't a single wind blade that appeared, but more than a dozen, blocking all of Yongkai's escape routes. Unable to block, unable to avoid, Kai Yong continued to charge forward, his face filled with a ruthless ferocity, as if he was determined to face 10,000 enemies head-on. "You overestimate yourself," the Wind Monarch sneered. The endless hourglass in his left hand shook slightly. He was about to use the same trick again. He used the power of the flowing time Great Emperor to affect Yongkai's perception. But right at that moment, a loud bang rang out and Yongkai's figure disappeared from the spot he was standing. Feng Jun's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he felt a huge figure blocking the light in front of him. Looking up, he saw Yongkai looking down at him, as if he was looking at an ant. Yongkai opened his mouth and spat out a burst of dragon breath. The dragon breath tore through the void, seemingly invincible, as it slashed toward the Wind Monarch's head. Feng Jun let out a cry of surprise. He moved his feet and dodged to the side. However, there was a fierce force coming from the side, as if waiting for him. He turned his head and saw Yongkai's right fist sweeping toward him. The power of the fist was terrifying. The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. Although his cultivation was higher than Yongkai's, he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he was hit by such a fist. He made a prompt decision. His entire body transformed into a breeze that was completely powerless as he dissipated from this place. Yongkai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed that his fist had missed. In the corner of the hall, the Wind Monarch appeared again. He stared at the big bell in Yongkai's other hand and snorted, "Mountains and Rivers Bell." At this moment, not only was Yongkai holding the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but he was also constantly flicking it. Therefore, the sound of the Mountains and Rivers Bell rang continuously in the hall. Halos spread out with the Mountains and Rivers Bell as the center, cleansing Yongkai's body. The Wind Monarch had been here for 100 years. He had obtained the Endless Hourglass, the treasure left by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He used the Endless Hourglass to extract Yongkai's lifespan and affect Yongkai's perception of time. But he had the treasure left by the great emperors. How could Yongkai not have it? The Mountains and Rivers Bell was also a treasure left by the great emperors. Everyone had one. Who was afraid of who? The power of the treasure left by the great emperors could only be dealt with by the great emperor's treasures. Therefore, when Yang Kai took out the mountains and rivers bell and played it, his perception returned to normal. However, the connection between his body and the endless hourglass was not cut off. Under the flow of the divine sand of the flowing time great emperor, Yang Kai's lifespan was still decreasing. Yang Kai could not display the full power of the treasure left by the great emperors, but similarly the Wind Monarch could not display the full power of the endless hourglass. On this level, both of them were dabblers. The bell continued to ring, and the invisible suppression spread out. Somehow, the Wind Monarch's body became heavy, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on his shoulders. The mountains and rivers bell had never been a treasure used to trap enemies. It was just that Yang Kai occasionally used the mountains and rivers bell to deal with his enemies. At this moment, by activating the power of the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai got rid of the endless hourglass's interference and returned to normal. The Wind Monarch also noticed this. He stared at the mountains and rivers bell for a while before sighing slightly and saying, "It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You killed so many of my demon sky path's people, and this king has also made you suffer a small loss. How about we end today's matter here? You go your way and I'll go mine, how about it?" Dealing with someone who was proficient in the laws of space without the endless hourglass, the Wind Monarch had no confidence in himself. Unless Yang Kai fought to the death with him and did not try to escape, there was nothing he could do if Yang Kai wanted to escape. The Wind Monarch did not want to accept such a fight. He was already satisfied with entering the flowing time temple and obtaining the endless hourglass. As for the people of the demon sky path who had died, how many people had died in this world? It should be their honor to be able to serve the Taoist master's great cause until the day they die. "Fine," Yang Kai responded, grinning. "Leave behind the endless hourglass and destroy your own cultivation. Then I'll let you go." The Wind Monarch narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Junior, this king is sincerely asking for peace, but that doesn't mean this king is afraid of you." It was a pity that such a person had fallen and become the demon race's heavenly Tao, becoming a lackey of the demon race. Yang Kai met the Wind Dragon's attack head-on. He raised his right hand and smashed down with the mountains and rivers bell. Without a sound, the dragon's head shattered, but the Wind Dragon suddenly transformed into millions of wind blades that shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's body suddenly burst into flames. The wind blades struck the dragon's scales without a sound, but their power wasn't small. Despite having the upper hand, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. Many small wounds appeared on his body, but he took this opportunity to get within 10 feet of the Wind Emperor. At such a close distance, Yang Kai raised his palm. The huge palm completely covered the sky above the Wind Emperor's head and fiercely slapped down. The Wind Emperor suddenly raised his head, as if he saw the palm. With a shout, he raised his palm to meet it. Fierce winds gathered in the center of his palm, transforming into a huge palm. It was another silent collision. When the two palms collided, Yang Kai's huge body was slightly pushed back, almost flipping him to the ground. The Wind Emperor's body also suddenly shrank. This attack was actually evenly matched. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Unlike the previous exchange of magical powers, this was a real collision of strength. How could the Wind Emperor remain calm when a 3-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator was evenly matched with him? But he didn't stop. He immediately stabilized his body and rushed in the direction of the origin of the palm power. He actually counterattacked. How could Yang Kai retreat? He stepped on the ground, stabilized his body, and punched out. Once again they collided. Once again they shook off each other. In an instant, in the dark hall, a fake emperor and a 3-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator struck out with a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering, dazzling light. Yang Kai was happy to see such a head-on collision. The Wind Emperor's cultivation was higher than his, and he had cultivated for longer than him. Now that he had the endless hourglass, he had no hope of winning if he really fought with him. Therefore, the Wind Emperor's action was exactly what he wanted. However, there was nothing the Wind Emperor could do. The endless hourglass was powerful, but it couldn't break this secret technique. His vision was blurred, and even his perception was blurred to the extreme. He couldn't find Yang Kai at all. At this moment, he was both blind and deaf. He could only rely on the weak perception of Yang Kai's aura every time he clashed with Yang Kai to lock on to Yang Kai's position. If he lost that moment, he would never be able to find Yang Kai again. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop. He could only continue to collide with Yang Kai, hoping to defeat his enemy. At this moment, both of them were surging with demonic chi. Obviously, they were both using their full strength, not holding back at all. At this point, it was already a life-or-death situation. Chapter 36:53. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at the Wind Monarch. With a rumbling sound, a vigorous and majestic strange beast with a single horn on its forehead and black flames appeared on the stage. This strange beast looked like a horse, but it was much taller than an ordinary horse. Moreover, devil chi surged all over its body, and its aura was ferocious and tyrannical. Shockingly, it already had the appearance of a half-step saint. Yang Kai had more than 3 half-saint of demon race around him. There was also Wind Chaser in the small sealed world. He didn't summon it before because in the eternal darkness, except for himself, everyone who was shrouded by this technique would be affected. Even if he summoned Wind Chaser, it would be blind and deaf like the Wind Monarch. It wouldn't be able to help and might even cause more trouble. But now it was different. The Wind Monarch was also like him. Summoning Wind Chaser was a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Although Wind Chaser was a strange beast in the demon territory and didn't have high intelligence, it could still distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as it appeared, it looked back at Yang Kai, blinked its big eyes twice, and looked at the Wind Monarch on the other side. In an instant, its 2 eyes turned red, and its whole body was covered in monstrous demon flames. With a roar, it lowered its head and charged at the Wind Monarch. Feng Jun was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. He thought that the outcome was already decided. He only needed to wait for Yang Kai to die. Who would have thought that this guy would summon such a fierce beast with a raise of his hand? He didn't recognize what kind of strange beast Wind Chaser was, but the half-saint aura was not fake. Such a fierce beast, even at his peak, would give him a headache, let alone now. Seeing Wind Chaser charging at him, the horn on its forehead flashed with a cold light. How could the Wind Monarch not know that he would definitely die if he was hit? At the critical moment of life and death, the Wind Monarch bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the endless hourglass in his hand. The simple and unadorned endless hourglass suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. When the light spread, the whole flowing time temple trembled and hummed. In the next moment, a light curtain appeared out of thin air and wrapped the Wind Monarch in it. With a loud bang, Wind Chaser slammed into the light curtain and was sent flying. At the same time, the flowing time temple trembled with a buzzing sound. It was as if Wind Chaser didn't hit the light curtain, but the entire flowing time temple. Chasing wind flew into the sky. Feng Jun and Yang Kai both looked at each other and cursed. Despicable, cunning, treacherous. After cursing, they covered their chests with their hands and coughed violently. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The 2 of them had fought with their lives on the line. Now, it seemed like they were going to perish together. In the end, both of them still had a backup plan. Yang Kai felt that Feng Jun was despicable and shameless, while Feng Jun felt that Yang Kai was cunning and treacherous. However, after a few words, everyone stopped. They really didn't have the energy to curse. Whether it was Feng Jun or Yang Kai, it was probably the first time in their lives that they were so weak. On the other side, Wind Chaser landed heavily on the ground, shook his head after getting up, and once again charged in the direction of Feng Jun. A moment later, there was another loud bang and Wind Chaser was sent flying again. The situation was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that he was in big trouble this time. He had been holding back and not summoning Windchaser because he wanted to give Feng Jun a big surprise at the critical moment. He thought that he would be able to win in one fell swoop, but who knew that Feng Jun was also hiding something. Although the light curtain activated by the endless hourglass didn't cause any damage, it was extremely tough. Windchaser's 2 collisions had no effect at all. With Windchaser's strength, there was no way to break it. If the light curtain didn't break, Feng Jun wouldn't die. If Feng Jun didn't die, Yang Kai would die. The divine sand in the endless hourglass continued to flow, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. Could it be that he had no choice but to escape into the mysterious small world? The mysterious small world was a world of its own. If he escaped into it, he might be able to cut off the connection between himself and the endless hourglass, but it was just a possibility. He hadn't tried it yet, so Yang Kai couldn't be sure. But this was indeed his last resort. On the other side, Feng Jun chuckled. He was very happy. Yang Kai couldn't stand it and said weakly with a cold face, "Laugh again and I'll knock your teeth out." Feng Jun shook his head and responded in an extremely weak voice, "It's useless. It's useless. The endless hourglass is not only a relic of the great emperors, but also the central control of the flowing time temple. This king stimulates the power of the hourglass and the power of the temple to protect himself. Unless this evil beast can destroy the entire flowing time temple, no one can do anything to this king. Even the great emperors can't do anything to this king. If the great emperors really come here, you can try saying that," Yang Kai said sarcastically. Ridicule aside, Yang Kai estimated that Feng Jun wasn't lying to him. At this time, there was no need to lie. Moreover, when Wen Chue collided with the light curtain twice, every time he hit the light curtain, the flowing time temple would hum for a while. It could be seen that the light curtain was indeed closely connected to the entire temple. If he couldn't destroy the flowing time temple, he couldn't hurt Feng Jun at all. But how could Wen Chue destroy the flowing time temple? This was tantamount to no solution. While the two were talking, Wen Chue had already rushed over for the 3rd time. Feng Jun looked at Wen Chue sarcastically. "This beast is good, but it's a pity that it's a waste. But don't worry, Junior, after you die, this king will have a lot of time to tame it." He thought that Wen Chue was a mount that Yang Kai had subdued. If he knew that Wen Chue was Chang Tian's mount, he wouldn't think so. Chang Tian didn't bear the name of the demon saint, but it was indisputable that he was also a demon saint. How could a mere Feng Jun subdue a demon saint's mount? Wen Chue was only close to Yang Kai because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. There was no master and servant between the two. While talking, Wen Chue had already arrived in front of Feng Jun. But this time, he learned his lesson. How could the Wind Monarch not know that it was him? He immediately became serious and was about to ask about the young man's identity. However, the young man didn't give him a chance to speak. He still had a smile on his face. He stretched his hand forward and said softly, "Don't you think it's hot to take someone else's thing? It's time to return it to its owner." His expression was relaxed, as if he was not facing a fake emperor, but a scholar who could not even truss up a chicken. His posture was relaxed, as if he was just bending down to pick up a flower. The white and flawless hand easily penetrated the light curtain that shrouded the Wind Monarch. No matter how hard the wind-chasing wolf trampled, it didn't damage the curtain at all. Then, the young man pinched the endless hourglass in the Wind Monarch's hand. The endless hourglass was a treasure left by the great emperors. It was his biggest reliance here, and it was the center of controlling the flowing time temple. He used the power of essence and blood to activate the power of the temple to protect himself. Even if the great emperors came, they couldn't do anything to him unless they destroyed the flowing time temple. He had said this to Yang Kai before, and in fact it was true. But after a short while, a young man appeared in front of him out of thin air. The young man bent down, stretched out his hand, penetrated the light curtain, and pinched the endless hourglass. How could the Wind Monarch not be shocked? Such a situation was even more frightening than if a great emperor had come in person. The great emperor was here. Even if he was very powerful, he would at least be able to see some clues when he acted. However, the young man's hand did not have the slightest bit of aura. He could not see how the young man did it at all. His mind was in a trance. His left hand became light, and the endless hourglass in his hand disappeared. When he looked up again, the young man had straightened his body. The endless hourglass had appeared in his hand, and he was looking at it with interest. In an instant, the Wind Monarch was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He only felt that the blood in his body had become cold. This is the endless hourglass. The young man played with it for a while, curled his lips, and threw the hourglass behind him as if he was throwing a piece of trash. Then the young man's expression changed. In a split second, his gentle expression turned into a ferocious one. He kicked the Wind Monarch in the chest and cursed, "It's you, the bastard, who disturbed my cultivation. Don't you know that there is a master here? Did you ask for my permission when you came in? How dare you come in without my permission? Bastard, I'll step on you to death." The young man scolded and kicked the Wind Monarch mercilessly. The Wind Monarch was stunned. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He forced himself to activate the power of the flowing time temple to protect himself, but the young man ignored the existence of the light curtain. He was trampled to the ground by the fierce kicks. A dignified fake emperor at this moment was like a hooligan who lost a street fight. He hugged his head and curled up on the ground, protecting his vital parts. He let the young man's big feet hit him constantly. Soon he spat out blood and was covered with footprints. Embarrassed was not enough to describe the Wind Monarch's current state. The grief and indignation in his heart were indescribable. The sullen anger in his heart turned into a question. Who is this young man? He had been here for 100 years, recovering from his injuries and refining the endless hourglass, but he did not notice that there was someone else here. Moreover, the young man had just said something about returning the endless hourglass to its rightful owner, as if the endless hourglass belonged to him. However, the endless hourglass was clearly a relic left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could it belong to him? Yang Kai was also a little confused. The young man suddenly appeared, took away the endless hourglass, and kicked the Wind Monarch. All of this happened in a flash. Before he could react, a young girl appeared in front of him. As soon as the young girl appeared, she grabbed the endless hourglass that the young man had thrown. It seemed that the young man knew that the young girl would appear here, so he threw the hourglass in her direction. Although the two did not communicate at all, this simple matter showed that the two of them had a tacit understanding. However, when their eyes met, Yang Kai could not help but be a little dazed. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. She pursed her red lips and looked at him, as if she was holding back her tears. What made Yang Kai dazed was not her expression at this moment, but her face. She was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not remember. However, what was certain was that the young girl did not have any hostility towards him. Instead, she gave Yang Kai a natural sense of intimacy. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a young girl he had never met before, but a family member. Zhui Feng cried out and charged at the young girl. He did not know the situation. When he saw the young girl suddenly appear, he thought that she was going to harm Yang Kai, so he naturally loyally protected him. "Stand down!" Yang Kai held his chest and shouted in a low voice. Zhui Feng understood human language and immediately stopped. He looked at Yang Kai and then at the young girl. He obediently stood beside Yang Kai, not too far away, in case something unexpected happened. "You are." Yang Kai carefully looked at the young girl again. He was even more certain that he had seen her somewhere before, but he just could not remember. However, this kind of thing should be clear after asking. The young girl opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she began to cry. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably, like a broken string of pearls. Her shoulders trembled as she covered her mouth with her small hands, trying her best not to cry out loud. But how could she bear it? The more she choked up, the more she cried. Her tears gathered into a stream and dripped down her small chin. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, "If you want to cry, just cry. You'll be fine once you vent it out." Hearing this, the young girl could not help but cry out loud. While crying, she said, "Big brother?" Yang Kai blinked, subconsciously thinking that he should have misheard, or the young girl called him by the wrong name. In this world, there was a person who should call him Big Brother, and that person should also be in this flowing time temple, but that little girl was only a few years old when she came in. How long has it been since then? No matter what, it was impossible for her to grow up to be so slender and elegant. But when this thought passed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression could not help but shake. He carefully looked at the young girl's face. Vaguely, he seemed to see traces of his parents. That petite nose was carved from the same mold as his mother's, and that pair of black eyebrows was 70% similar to his mother's. It could even be said that the young girl's face was similar to his own. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Schwer." The young girl nodded, tears splashing, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it's Schwerer. It's Schwer. Oh, Big Brother." Being recognized by Yang Kai, the young girl was so excited that she could not make a sound. She walked forward and half knelt in front of Yang Kai. She wanted to hug Yang Kai, but seeing that Yang Kai was not in a good state, she held back. She just held her hands on Yang Kai's cheeks and whispered, "Big Brother, I missed you so much. I missed father and mother." Feeling the warmth of the young girl's hands, Yang Kai fell into a trance again, feeling as if he was in a dream. How old was Yang Shui when she entered the Four Seasons realm? It had only been a few years. At most, the little girl was 10 years old this year. 10 years old, she was still a child. But how could the young girl in front of him be only 10 years old? The endless hourglass was also taken away. Not to mention Yang Xiao, even a Dao Source Realm cultivator could easily beat him. Yang Xiao beat him fiercely, but he didn't kill him. So, although the Wind Monarch was in a difficult situation, his life wasn't in danger. After finishing a set of roguish battle techniques, Yang Xiao turned around and cupped his hands to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. This child greets father. To be able to see father again in the temple, this child is overjoyed. Yang Kai was relieved and nodded repeatedly. "Good child. Come over here and let me take a good look at you." Yang Xiao blinked and hesitantly responded, "Yes." While speaking, he stepped towards Yang Kai. When he got closer, Yang Xiao bowed again. "Father, please tell me what you want. Xiao is not the same as before. I will not disappoint father." Yang Kai looked him up and down with a gratified expression. He nodded repeatedly. "Good, very good. You've really grown up. It's good that you're fine." Although Yang Kai had always been certain that these two little babies entering the Flowing Time Temple was an opportunity, it was still related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance, so Yang Kai had been somewhat worried. Seeing them safe and sound, seeing them grow up into adults, Yang Kai felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Finally, he could answer to the two elders of the dragon race and his parents. It was a simple sentence, but it made Yang Zhao's eyes redden. He seemed to be touched and affectionately called out, "Father." Although he was a member of the dragon race, he was hatched by Yang Kai and then left the dragon island with Yang Kai. It could be said that compared to his real parents, this father in front of him gave him a closer feeling. "Come closer." Yang Kai leaned against the wall and waved at him. His voice was weak. Yang Xiao took a few steps closer, bent down and moved his head closer. Caught off guard, Yang Kai slapped him on the forehead. Yang Xiao was hit and staggered a step back. He covered his head with his hand and looked aggrieved. "Father, why did you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. What do you think? Yang Xiao rolled his eyes and grinned. Father must think that I am not good at cultivation and slapped me on the forehead as a warning. I will remember this. I will work hard in the future and won't let you down. As for why Kai Yang had hit him, he was naturally very clear. Before he had appeared, he had cursed out, "Which bastard?" Although it had been unintentional, it had still included Kai Yang. As a son, cursing his father, how could that be? That was why he went to find trouble with the Wind Monarch as soon as he showed up. That was why he hesitated when Yang Kai called him over. That was why Yang Kai hit him now. With Yang Kai's current state, how could he hit Yang Xiao? Yang Xiao did not dodge. This slap could be considered a lesson for the time being, and the matter was over. It was just that, as her big brother, he didn't seem to have fulfilled his responsibility to take care of and protect his little sister. Even in Yang Shui's childhood, there were very few memories of him. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had become a big girl, and she could heal and take care of him. Chapter 36:57. The past was the past, the future was the present, and the past was the universe. The legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was divided into two. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui each comprehended one, and each had their own good fortune. They could both be considered as the disciples of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors. Because Yang Shui cultivated the power of the past, she could turn back time to a certain extent. Just like the technique she used on the Wind Lord and just like the technique she used on Yang Kai before. Using the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Shui restored Yang Kai's lost lifespan. Wasn't this also a form of turning back time? Using the power of the hourglass, Yang Shui was able to turn back the Wind Lord's body condition to a certain period of time. Seeing the shock in Yang Kai's eyes, the little girl chuckled. Although this technique isn't weak, it has its limits. With my power, I can't bring someone back from the dead. I can't even do anything about some fatal injuries. She seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, so she said this. Yang Kai nodded. When he heard that she could turn back time, Yang Kai's first thought was to bring the dead back to life. If the law of time was really so powerful, once someone died in front of Yang Shui, wouldn't she be able to bring the dead back to life? If that was the case, then this power would be too precious. However, after hearing Yang Shui's words, he realized that this was a fantasy. If the law of time was really so heaven-defying, then the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. He who truly controlled the law of time should have lived as long as the heavens and the earth. A cultivator cultivated against the heavens, but he had to follow the heavens. Interfering with life and death was beyond the scope of a cultivator's ability. Yang Shui continued, because we cultivated the inheritance of the great emperors, Shower and I can control this thing. She was obviously referring to the endless hourglass in her hand. When Yang Xiao appeared, he took the endless hourglass from the Wind Lord's hand like a snail. Yang Shui directly activated the power of the endless hourglass without any trace of sacrificial refining. All of this was related to their cultivation in the past few hundred years. They cultivated the orthodox inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. The endless hourglass was the original treasure of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. It was originally left here for their inheritors, so they naturally could use it easily. This was something that the Wind Lord couldn't compare to. Even if the Wind Lord spent 100 years to refine it, he still wouldn't be able to match up to it. Speaking of the endless hourglass, a trace of guilt appeared on Yang Shui's face. Shower and I had long known that there was such an item in the shrine. However, Uncle Cheongqi had said that we had to wait until our cultivation had reached a certain level before going to retrieve the treasure. Who knew that it would cause Big Brother to suffer? It's not your fault. I deserve this. Yang Kai waved his hand. Previously, he blamed Chongqi in his heart for not taking the inheritance of the great emperors and letting outsiders take advantage of it. He also suffered a great loss in front of this treasure. However, now it seemed that Chongqi's actions weren't unreasonable. The endless hourglass was the inheritance of the great emperors. Although it was left for the fated ones, if they touched this thing too early, it wouldn't be good for Yang Shao and Yang Shue's cultivation. Only when they had a solid foundation could they use this treasure as they wished. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cultivate well and would lose themselves in front of the treasure's power, which would then affect their cultivation. Yang Shui frowned and looked back at the Wind Monarch who was being brutally beaten by Yang Shao. Puzzled, she asked, "Big brother, do you know how this person entered the shrine and refined this treasure?" Logically speaking, the flowing time temple had been closed for a long time. Unless they opened it from the inside, no one could open the entrance to the shrine. But now, not only did someone open the shrine, but they also took the endless hourglass and refined it. This made Yang Shui a little confused. If it was just refining the endless hourglass, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the battle between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai, the Wind Monarch was forced to urge the power of the hourglass to stimulate the power of the shrine's protection. Under the Wind Monarch's fierce attack, the entire flowing time temple was shaken. This awakened Yang Shao and Yang Shui from their cultivation. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have known that so many things had happened inside the shrine. However, it was also thanks to the Wind Monarch's actions. Otherwise, Yang Kai would really have to hide in the small sealed world bead to survive. Yang Kai sighed and briefly recounted his encounter with the Wind Monarch and Mo Tian Dao, focusing on the existence of the remains of the great emperors. Yang Shui frowned when she heard this. She then raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Who else could it be but that old bastard Chongqi? However, this guy was still in a deep sleep, just like when Yang Kai found him. His snores were deafening. Yang Shui explained, "When Shower and I cultivated the time principles, the flowing time temple would be affected. Occasionally, there would be a space-time distortion, so Uncle Chongqi asked Shower and I to place a seal on him and Sister Lu Yen. That way, they wouldn't be able to sense the passage of time." After all, the two little girls had been cultivating here for hundreds of years, and Chongqi and Lu Yen had nothing to do here, so waiting around was quite boring. After being sealed, they would be able to dream for 1,000 years, which was much better than waiting idly. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't wake up Lu Yen and Chongqi before. Yang Shui stretched out a white jade finger and gently pressed it on Chongqi's big forehead. She shouted softly, "Release!" As her jade hand pressed down, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. Yang Shui stopped and waited. After a few breaths, Chongqi's snores gradually stopped. His eyelids trembled a few times, and then his eyes slowly opened. A fierce aura instantly swept in all directions. After sleeping for hundreds of years, Chongqi was obviously still in a daze, but after his vision slowly focused, he saw Yang Shui and Yang Kai. He couldn't help but be startled. His huge body twisted and changed, turning into a fierce-looking guy. The old master focused on cultivation, had no partner, and had no children. Together with me, he stayed in the flowing time temple. After a few thousand years, the old master suddenly came out of the secret room and told me that he had comprehended the Tao of mystery from outside the universe, and that he was going to travel the universe. He ordered me to guard the temple and wait for his return. The old Xiong naturally obeyed the old master's order and stayed in the temple. After a few hundred years. At this point, Chongqi's frown deepened, and his pair of fierce eyes flashed with some fear, which surprised Yang Shui and Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him. Chongqi was the ancient divine spirit, and had accompanied the great emperors of the flowing time temple for countless years. What in this world could make him afraid? Even if there were other great emperors in front of him, he would not show such an expression. But in fact, there was a trace of fear in the old Xiong's eyes, and even his voice trembled slightly. After a few hundred years, one day, the endless hourglass suddenly broke through the sky and returned to the temple. There was a remnant of the old master in the hourglass. The remnant of the old master was unclear, but the meaning behind it could not be clearer. There was great danger outside the universe, and the old master had fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body went cold and goosebumps covered his entire body. Chapter 36:58. Since ancient times, there had not been many great emperors in the star boundary. Due to the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, there would never be more than 10 great emperors coexisting at the same time. After all, the astral plane had a long history. Over the course of countless years, one era would be annihilated and another would rise. When the previous era ended, a new one would take over. However, among the generations of great emperors, only 2 great emperors were far stronger than others. One was the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, who had killed 4 great emperors in succession in the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, and the other was the Flowing Time Great Emperor, who controlled the great emperors of time. Wukong was not dead, he was still alive. His soul had entered Duan Hong Chen's body, and the 2 souls had merged into one body. Right now, nobody knew where he was, free and unfettered. But the souls of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had already dispersed and scattered. In terms of time, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor proved their Tao far before Wukong. There was a saying in the star boundary that if the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were in the same era, these 2 would definitely have a fierce battle. No one could judge who was stronger and who was weaker. However, it was precisely such an existence who comprehended the Tao of profound mysteries outside the universe while in seclusion. After roaming the universe for a few hundred years, he perished and his Tao vanished. Only his natal treasure, the endless hourglass, tore through space and returned. What dangers were there outside of the universe? Even the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor couldn't withstand it. In the universe, there were 3,000 boundless worlds. The star boundary was one of the worlds in this universe. The demon territory was also one of the worlds in this universe. Where did the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor go when they roamed the universe? What did he encounter? No one knew, not even Qiongqi. After the endless hourglass returned, Qiongqi was unable to suppress his grief. He wanted to come out of seclusion to avenge his old master, but he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were. How could he take revenge? He could only bitterly guard the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the right person to appear and pass down the mantle of the great emperors. Only in this way could he live up to the old master's wishes before he left. At this point, Qiongqi's expression was somewhat guilty. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Old Qiong, you're not kind." Yang Shui was extremely intelligent. How could she not guess what Qiongqi was feeling guilty about? Naturally, she also understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. After obtaining the inheritance of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had become the disciples of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was reasonable for them to shoulder their master's revenge. That was why Yang Kai said that old Qiong was not kind. He smiled slightly and said, "Shuer and Shao'er were able to obtain the mantle of the master. This is both an opportunity and a blessing. The master's matter is our matter as disciples. Big brother, you don't have to be like this." Yang Kai frowned. On second thought, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fallen outside of the universe. Now, although Yang Shui and Yang Shao had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors, if they wanted to avenge the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they would need to cultivate for many years. At the very least, they would need to have the ability to travel the universe like the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Who knew how long that would take, so it was meaningless to dwell on this now. And then, Yang Shui looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi shook his head. "There is no later. I thought that the old master had fallen outside of the universe. When the endless hourglass returned, I also went out of the Flowing Time Temple to investigate, but I found nothing. Now, it seems that the old master's remains have returned to the star boundary. But this old servant didn't investigate thoroughly. If that wasn't the case, then where did the Wind Monarch obtain the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor? While speaking, Qiongqi turned his head to look at the Wind Monarch. Yang Shui also looked over. The task of finding the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor would fall on the Wind Monarch. While Yang Shui, Yang Kai, and Qiongqi were talking, her hands weren't idle. From time to time, she would turn back time, so that the Wind Monarch wouldn't be injured too badly and die immediately. For the Wind Monarch, this was simply torture worse than death. Although Yang Xiao didn't use his full strength, his control was just right. Every time he was beaten to the brink of death, a mysterious light would shoot out from the girl's hand, and an invisible force would pull him back from the brink of death. Then he would be beaten up by Yang Xiao. The Wind Monarch had cultivated for so many years, but he had never thought that there could be such a vicious method of torture in this world. He had been on the brink of death for so many times, and the great fear and panic of death had completely swallowed him up. This was truly a situation where he couldn't live or die. Although he was a fake emperor, he couldn't maintain his original heart. At this moment, his body was shivering like a quail in the cold winter, and his eyes were full of terror as he looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao naturally heard their conversation. At this moment, he reached out to grab the Wind Monarch's collar, pulled him up to his face, and glared at him fiercely. "Answer whatever I ask you. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut open your abdomen and take out your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs one by one. Then I will soak them in wine and let you eat them. You have seen my aunt's methods. Believe me, even if she takes out all your internal organs, she can still keep you alive. You can live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years." The Wind Monarch's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his body was covered with big footprints. When Yang Xiao was talking, he couldn't help but think of the scene where his internal organs were eaten. He immediately shivered and nodded weakly. So what if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor? When the unbearable torture broke through the psychological defense, the fake emperor's performance wouldn't be any better. "Where did you get that skeleton?" Yang Xiao didn't waste time and went straight to the point. The Wind Monarch opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. He said the 2 words, Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea was vast, and islands were scattered all over the place. There were quite a few spiritual islands, and the most famous ones were the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any spiritual islands and sects in the Eastern Sea. On the contrary, there were quite a few spiritual islands and sects that depended on them. It was just that their sharpness was overshadowed by the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. 300,000 kilometers away from the Spirit Beast Island, there was one that went to the Lu Island, and there was one that went to the Lu sect. It was a small sect, and there were only 200 to 300 people in the sect, from the sect master to the disciples. There were countless small sects like this in the Eastern Sea. The Lu sect hadn't been established for a long time, just over 1,000 years. However, because it was located overseas, it was rich in resources and was able to survive. It had once encountered a crisis and was almost exterminated. The Wind Monarch was one of the disciples of the Lu sect. He was born overseas and was chosen by an elder on the Lu Island. However, his cultivation talent could only be described as SOSO. When he went to the Lu sect, his junior brothers and junior sisters who entered the sect later than him were all much more powerful than him. The elders in the sect didn't have high hopes for him, so they didn't bother to care about him. The Wind Monarch was very free. Other than doing his homework, he would play and play. He loved to dive and swim. Before he started cultivating, he could hold his breath underwater for 30 minutes and dive 100 feet down. After he started cultivating, he was even more incredible. He could easily dive 1,000 feet into the sea. He found the remains of the great emperors in the depths of the sea when he was diving. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but later on, he found out that the remains were extraordinary. He was careful and didn't report this matter to the sect. He only spent his free time studying and playing with the skeleton. He didn't know why, but since he obtained the skeleton, His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his realm had soared all the way. However, no one discovered this except for him. Even the elder who led him into the sect didn't notice it. Although he didn't know the reason, he vaguely guessed that his changes were related to the remains. Naturally, he treated it more like a treasure. Gradually, his cultivation far surpassed the others. It would be fine if that was all, but later on, something happened that made him go crazy overnight. A demon grew in his heart and he slaughtered the entire Lu Island. After doing this, he didn't dare to stay for long. He fled the Eastern Sea and lived in seclusion for many years. The demon territory invaded, and the demonic path rose. He took the initiative to surrender and became one of the 4 great monarchs under the Pathmaster, his name spreading far and wide. He had been playing with the remains of a great emperor for so many years, and was also a false emperor elite. Naturally, he could tell that the remains were extraordinary. He was also loyal, and after joining the demonic heavenly path, he offered the remains to the Night Shadow Great Emperor, Kenyi. Kenyi was very impressive. He could see the origins of the remains of the great emperors at a glance, and naturally praised the Wind Monarch. Originally, Kenyi planned to come personally. Although he was one of the great emperors in terms of reputation and strength, he was probably not as good as the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He naturally cared about the things of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, before this, Kenyi had to guard the passage between the 2 worlds, so he couldn't spare any time. After Yang Kai returned from the demon domain and sealed the passage between the 2 worlds, the demon race was in an abyss of suffering, so he couldn't leave. Helpless, he handed the remains back to the Wind Monarch and ordered him to make the trip. Originally, everything was done quietly, but who knew that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse, and Yang Kai would ruin everything. The Great Array was destroyed, and the Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the 4 Seasons realm. The Wind Monarch could only escape here and refine the Endless Hourglass, then use it to control the Flowing Time Temple. After that, it was a life-and-death battle with Yang Kai. Even now, he couldn't understand how a mere 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator could fight him to the point where both sides were injured. In the end, he even provoked the 2 freaks, Yang Shao and Yang Shui, and even Chongqi. The Wind Monarch felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Even if he died now, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. After asking for the reason, Chongqi frowned. "Only 1 remains?" The Wind Monarch weakly replied, "Only 1." At this point, the Wind Monarch could only say whatever he wanted. If he said that there was only 1, then there should only be 1. "Have you ever gone back to take a look over the years?" "Yes." The Wind Monarch coughed softly, blood constantly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He looked like he would die at any moment. "Since I saw the remains of the great emperors, I naturally went back to investigate carefully, but I didn't find much. You should still remember that place, right?" Yang Shui asked. The Wind Monarch gently nodded. "Take us there." Yang Shui stared at him. This matter was of great importance, so she and Yang Shao had to go there personally to feel at ease. The Wind Monarch couldn't find the other remains, but that didn't mean she and Yang Shao couldn't. After all, they had received the inheritance of the great emperors and could sense it. If there were other remains of the great emperors at the bottom of the sea, as long as they were within a certain range, they would definitely be able to find them. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The Wind Monarch naturally agreed on the spot. It also asked him to go to the High Heaven Palace and talk to the people of the High Heaven Palace. After arranging the future, the embodiment closed its eyes and waited for death. It didn't die and inexplicably survived until now. Zhao Quan was meditating on the side. He had also been injured before and had almost recovered in a month. The huge valley was quiet and silent. At this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised its head and a dignified expression appeared on its stone face. Two flaming eyes stared at a certain place in the void. A moment later, it suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" The moment the words fell, the embodiment's demonic chi wrapped Bai Zhua and 6 or 7 captives and retreated 30 li. Just as the embodiment retreated, inexplicable ripples spread in the void above the nameless valley. The calm void seemed to have turned into a lake and someone threw stones into it. Zhao Quan woke up from his meditation, looked up and screamed. As the ripples spread out, a huge silhouette slowly emerged from the ripples. How familiar was this scene? More than a month ago, when the Wind Monarch laid out the array and held the skeleton, such a thing happened once. He naturally knew that the outline that emerged from the void was the outline of the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, the Wind Monarch hadn't done his best. The Flowing Time Temple had shown its head and then retreated. Did it come again this time? Was the Wind Monarch still alive? Zhao Quan urged his emperor's qi and assumed a fighting posture. The embodiment was surprised and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Don't panic." The barrier between heaven and earth had opened and it had already sensed the aura of the main body. Since the main body was here, the reappearance of the Flowing Time Temple should be his means. It probably had nothing to do with the Wind Monarch. Kacha. The void shattered, and a huge palace slowly emerged from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the front of the palace, at the main entrance, several silhouettes entered one's eyes. Who else could it be but the main body in the middle? The embodiment smiled very happily. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Flowing Time Temple jumped out of the Four Seasons realm. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's palace reappeared after countless years. Old Xiong's face was filled with melancholy. Back then, wherever this palace went, there was no one in the star boundary who didn't worship it. Even the great emperors would travel thousands of miles to welcome it. But after the fall of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors, the palace had been silent in the Four Seasons realm until now. There was a successor, the old master had a successor. Others couldn't see it. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes. The huge palace covered the entire nameless valley. Its shadow was cast on the ground like a giant beast. Zhao Quan trembled and fell to the ground. Chapter 3661. After this explanation, Bai Ye and Bai Zhua understood and their expressions became dignified. They didn't know how many years ago the great emperors of the astral world had passed away, but the power of the divine technique in their remains made them unable to resist. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these great emperors had when they were alive. They were already half-saint, the strongest under the demon saint in the demon territory. The demon saint had the same status as the great emperors. Before, they hadn't discovered that the gap between them and the demon saint was so big. This time they were really shocked. However, the two half-saint weren't injured. The principles of time stagnation only sealed them and didn't cause them much harm. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui didn't cast the spell, they would wake up one day, but it would probably take decades or hundreds of years. After asking the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that only a month had passed in the outside world. This was as he had guessed before. 10 years in the Flowing Time Temple was 1 month in the outside world. The error wasn't big. However, Qiongqi also told him that the power in the Flowing Time Temple was the legacy of the great emperors. The two dolls had consumed a lot of it and now there wasn't much left. Once this legacy was exhausted, the Flowing Time Temple would no longer be magical. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but it required the two dolls to make progress in the principles of time. The Maoyan Dao's the Emperor realm had either died or been injured in the previous battle. The remaining 6 or 7 people were now captives. With Zhao Quan as an example, as long as Bai Zhua could cast the spell to extract the blood essence of these 6 or 7 people, he might be able to help them set things right. These people were all from the Emperor realm, so it would be a pity to kill them directly. At the beginning of the GZ army's establishment, There were many things waiting to be done and manpower was needed. Without saying anything, Yang Kai directly waved his hand and put the captives and the demon race's half-saint into the small sealed world, leaving the rest to Baizhua. It would be great if they could recover, but if they couldn't, they could only blame their bad luck. Originally, Yang Kai planned to go to the lower territory after this trip, but now that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was involved, the Great Emperors, he needed to go and personally investigate before he could feel at ease. Therefore, the trip to the lower territory could only be delayed for now. He didn't let Zhao Quan accompany him but asked him to go to the Azure Sun Temple and inform the temple of the situation. Previously, he encountered Little White and Murong Xiao Xiao on the road. Now that more than a month had passed, the temple must be worried. Perhaps they were sending reinforcements. Letting Zhao Quan make a trip would save Azure Sun Temple from working in vain. Yang Kai believed that the temple would soon spread the news to the Seven Fog Sea. Once there, this matter would be known in the Star Boundary. The High Heaven Palace's palace master, the commander of the GZ army, had just returned to the Star Boundary. He had defeated Demon Heavenly Dao in the Four Seasons realm, captured more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, and even killed the Wind Monarch Feng Monarch under the Demon Heavenly Dao's Dao Master. He had turned the 4 great monarchs into 3 great monarchs and cut off one of Kenye's arms. How satisfying was this news? It needed to be spread as soon as possible. It wasn't that Yang Kai loved fame, but this matter was beneficial to the morale of the various legions in the Star Boundary. It was also beneficial to the establishment of the GZ army. As the commander of the Star Boundary, he couldn't hide his strength when it was time to be in the limelight. Zhao Quan had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, participated in the defeat of Demon Heavenly Dao, and avenged the destruction of his sect. Naturally, he agreed to this matter and immediately set off for Azure Sun Temple. It was estimated that it would take less than half a month to reach the temple. After Zhao Quan left, Yang Kai and the others also set off. It took half a day to arrange a space array and teleport everyone directly to the island in the Eastern Sea. The space array on the island in the Eastern Sea was not far from the location of Dragon Island. It was left here by Yang Kai to facilitate travel to and from Dragon Island. At this time, it played a role. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally had a special sense for his birthplace, Dragon Island. As soon as he came out of the space array, Yang Xiao turned his head and looked in one direction. It was the location of Dragon Island, which was only 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers away from here. You can go back. I will take care of your honored master's matter with your little aunt. Yang Kai patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. When this brat was born, he was determined to leave Dragon Island. For this reason, he did not hesitate to hide his bloodline. But in the blink of an eye, after hundreds of years of cultivation in the temple, he had not seen his parents yet. He really missed them, especially when he heard from Yang Kai that after he entered the Four Seasons realm, his mother almost went berserk. Yang Xiao smiled. Dragon Island is there, we can't run away. Since this child has received honored master's legacy, he should know how to repay his kindness. After this matter is over, I will go home to see my parents. Yang Kai nodded. All right. Stretching out his hand, the pale wind monarch appeared in his hand. Yang Kai had stayed in the temple for 10 years, while Wind Monarch had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. The principles of time were pervasive. Although the small sealed world had a world barrier since it was inside the temple, it was still infected. However, after 10 years, Wind Monarch had not been able to heal. Even now, he still looked like he had just been through a great battle. In that place, Yang Kai was the master, so it was naturally easy to prevent him from healing. Where is the Remain sect? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wind Monarch's spirit was sluggish. After 10 years of struggling at death's door, he was still a little dazed when he saw the light of day again. After Yang Kai asked for a long time, he finally reacted and said in a panic, "Master, please wait a moment. Let me identify the direction." He was a fake emperor, so he could not call Yang Kai master. But after 10 years of waiting and suffering, how could he still have the demeanor of a fake emperor? He only hoped that he would not be tortured again. Yang Kai kindly pointed the way, This is Dragon Island, this is Spirit Beast Island, and that is where the Serene Soul Palace is located. Yang Kai activated his devil chi to wrap Lu Yen and immediately activated the power of the space spirit bead. The next moment, the world spun. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yang Shui. Yang Shui was at the bottom of the sea, running at an unknown depth. When Yang Kai appeared, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him from all directions, causing him to let out a muffled groan and hurriedly urge his strength to resist. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Chongqi also appeared one after another. Obviously, they had received a message from Yang Shui to join them. When the two of them appeared, they suffered a small loss like Yang Kai, but they were fine after resisting the pressure. Yang Shui didn't have time to explain anything and simply urged her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While flying forward, she pointed to the front and said, "Chase it! I can't catch up." It was pitch black under the sea, and there was only a faint light, but Yang Kai could still see a shadow quickly escaping ahead. The shadow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Yang Shui far behind. No wonder Yang Shui wanted to call for help. Turned out that she couldn't outrun the shadow. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The shadow in front of him was not a person, nor was it a sea beast. It was actually a mussel, an oblate mussel the size of a millstone. The mussel had no hands or feet, only a solid mottled shell, but it ran really fast. Water flowed down the mussel's shell, leaving a clear vacuum behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful place where all living things competed. Spirit flowers and plants could become monsters, and even birds and beasts could cultivate human forms. In the sea, there were abundant species, and naturally, there were also monsters. The male clam demons were glaring at him angrily, but the female clam demons' beautiful eyes were shining. Their charming eyes were constantly scanning Yang Xiao's body. Yang Xiao had a good foundation. It was obvious when he was young. Now that he was an adult, it was even more impressive. If one were to use a word to describe him, it would be beautiful. Yang Kai had never seen such a beautiful man. Moreover, he had the heroic aura of a man, which was the most attractive to the female's eyes. The dignified dragon race, the son of the Dragon Island's great elder and second elder, was being stared at by so many female clam demons. His face turned red. When Yang Kai and the others appeared, Yang Zhao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. His eyes were drifting around, and he didn't even know where to look. Therefore, when Yang Shui appeared, she frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Xiao said meekly, No, we haven't fought yet." Yang Shui was puzzled. "Then why is your face flushed and your qi and blood surging?" Yang Zhao's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at the clam demons. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be blamed. It was just that those female clam demons were wearing too little. All of them only covered their vital parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Pairs of slender legs were swaying in front of him, making him dizzy. Yang Kai thought to himself, if he saw this scene when he was young, his qi and blood would be surging as well. Although Yang Xiao had been training in the shrine for more than 500 years, he had never seen such a scene. 500 years old, for the dragon race, he was only a child. He had never seen such enchanting beauties blossoming in front of him. He really couldn't take it. Seeing Yang Kai's strange smile, Yang Shui secretly looked at the clam demon's lineup and quickly reacted. She looked at Yang Xiao with disappointment, then looked at the leader of the clam demons and said, "Yang Shui, the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, greets Senior. May I know your name?" This trip was to ask for the relics of the great emperors. So Yang Shui didn't call herself a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Instead, she called herself the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. There were different ways to ask for it. They had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Moreover, the clam demons in front of them had both young and old. If a fight really broke out, should they kill them or not? It would be best if they could resolve it peacefully. Yang Shui opened her mouth. The clam demon looked at her from head to toe and snorted. "Is it you, little girl, who chased after me the moment we met?" When he was chased just now, the clam demon turned around and ran, so he didn't see what Yang Shui looked like. However, he still knew that it was a girl who chased after him. Now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her. Yang Shui smiled slightly. "It was a hasty action. Senior, please forgive me." The clam demon was furious. "The sea is so big. Why did you chase after me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he said this, he raised his arm and said, "I didn't run because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. Who would have thought that you guys would take advantage of me and chase me to my doorstep? You've really gone too far. Do you believe that I'll eat you in one bite right now?" Yang Shui hurriedly said, "My king is kind and benevolent. I can't thank you enough. It's just that I have some reasons to chase after you. Please forgive me, my king." "Reasons?" The clam demon crossed his arms and looked insufferably arrogant. "There's a reason to chase after someone? What's the reason? Let me hear it." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "King, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We didn't come here for this. Bang Bang Air's monster core was of the highest quality. A 12th order monster core was of extremely high quality, not to mention that his monster core had displayed such a strange phenomenon. It was even more precious than ordinary 12th order monster cores. If placed outside, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, what use did Yang Kai have for it? He had plenty of monster cores in his space ring. Back in the savage, desolate ancient land, he had collected tens of thousands of monster cores from the beast tomb. 12th order monster cores could be found everywhere. Bang Bang Air's monster core was so precious that Yang Kai really didn't want it. From the very beginning, the clam demons had misunderstood. Bang Bang Air was a little stunned and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. "You don't want this?" Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "You don't want this?" Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "I don't want it." What human didn't want the clam demon's monster core? The clam demons found it difficult to survive in the sea, and the main reason was that they were constantly hunted down by the human race. The clam demons' monster cores were different from those of other monster races. Some human race women liked them the most and would place them in their boudoirs. At night, they would emit a soft glow, and if they wore them often, they would be able to maintain their beauty. Therefore, when Bang Bang Air saw Yang Shui, his first reaction was that this beautiful woman had come to steal his monster core, so he naturally ran away. Later, when he was chased to his cave mansion, Yang Shui came to ask for something else. Bang Bang Air naturally thought that she was asking for his monster core and naturally refused. How could he have known that this was not what Yang Shui wanted? Bang Bang Air was overjoyed and said with relief, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared this king. I thought you guys, hee hee." As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the monster core back into his stomach and rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. Yang Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She also wanted to explain things clearly, but the other party didn't give her a chance at all. She couldn't even finish her sentence, so how could she explain it clearly? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. A group of clam demons echoed, all of them smiling. As long as they didn't come to steal the monster core, everything was fine. The clam demons were afraid of stealing their monster cores. Otherwise, they wouldn't have settled down in such a deep sea. They were hiding here to avoid the masters of the human race. Bang Bang Air scratched his head again and looked at Yang Shui. "Then what do you want?" Yang Shui finally had a chance to explain the purpose of her visit. "A skeleton." Bang Bang Air's expression suddenly became serious and he asked in a deep voice, What skeleton? Yang Shui said with a smile. This little girl's master skeleton. If I'm not wrong, that skeleton is on the king. Please take it out for me to see. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Shui from head to toe and immediately shook his head. Impossible, impossible. When Yang Shao heard this, he suddenly became angry and said in a fierce voice, Hey, clam demon, I'm warning you. Don't play any tricks. This young master is kind and doesn't want to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people. Yang Shui raised her hand and looked at the clam demon with a smile. What does the king mean? Bang Bang Air ignored Yang Shao and only looked at Yang Shui, saying in a deep voice, I do have a skeleton on me, but it's impossible. Can't be your master's. Little girl, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Yang Shui said, I can't make a mistake. I'm practicing my master's secret technique. My master's skeleton can sense it. It's on the king now. Chapter 36-64. When they first met, the leader of the Clam Clan was running away in a panic. Now, the leader of the Clam Clan was bowing to them. His attitude had changed several times, which was really confusing. When he bowed, the rest of the Clam Clan also bowed together. Even the newborn clams were no exception. They had short arms and short legs, but they imitated the appearance of their leader. They were so childish that it made people want to protect them. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this, king? Bang Banger smiled. There were many misunderstandings before, but I didn't expect that it was actually a misunderstanding. We don't recognize each other. So Bang Banger was rude. Please don't blame us, Supreme Divinity. Yang Shao blinked. Is the Supreme Divinity you're talking about my master? This was a bit strange, so he had to ask clearly. Bang Banger nodded quickly. Yes, I'll let you know. Our Clam Clan has been blessed by the Supreme Divinity for many years. So we worship him as the Supreme Divinity and worship him in the clan for generations. However, we didn't know the Supreme Divinity's name until today, when we found out that he was the legendary Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. We're ashamed. Ashamed. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Master is not dead? Even Yang Kai's expression became serious. If he was dead, how could he continue to do favors? Bang Banger shook his head. Not so. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone. It was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of white jade. However, this bone was not the same as the one Feng Jun took out. It should be a forearm bone. Yang Shui said that the remains of the great emperors were on Bang Banger, and she was not wrong. The leader of the Clam Clan had refined the remains of the great emperors in his body before spitting it out now. Seeing the white bones, Yang Shao and Yang Shui immediately knew that these white bones were the remains of their master. Others couldn't detect it, but they could clearly sense the aura of the principles of time hidden in them. It was another skeleton. Chongqi's eyes turned slightly red. It seemed that the old master had really died without a complete corpse. He didn't know what kind of dangers existed outside the universe that even a great divine technique like him had ended up in such a state. Bang Bang Air took out the white bone and held it in his hand. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He only hesitated for a moment before holding the white bone with both hands and respectfully handing it over. This should be what you are looking for. Yang Shui nodded and took the bone solemnly. When the bone entered her hand, her body shook slightly. She didn't seem to do anything, but the bone actually flashed with light. Then golden lines appeared on the surface of the bone. A strange aura spread out, causing everyone's thoughts to stagnate. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years. When everyone came back to their senses, the bone was still a bone. There was no abnormality. But no one thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. The Flowing Time Great Emperor was extraordinary. His bones were divine. Even if he had died many years ago, there was still divinity hidden in his remains. This divinity was usually not obvious. It would only appear when the successor came in contact with it. The last trace of doubt in Bang Bang Air's eyes disappeared. Looking at Yang Shui, Yang Zhao's eyes became much gentler. Just now, Yang Shui said that she was the successor of the flowing time great emperor, but there was no proof. Only now did Bang Bang Air really believe it. She smiled slightly and said, "My clam family's ancestor accidentally obtained this thing. He only saw that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know the mystery inside. It was passed down from generation to generation. Today, it can be considered to be returned to its original owner. Congratulations." Yang Shui put away the bone, looked at Bang Bang Air and said, "Just now, the king said that it was Shizhuan's favor. What does that mean?" Bang Bang Air hurriedly waved his hand. "Since you are Shizhuan's disciple, I dare not call you king. You can just call me by my name." After a slight pause, Bang Bang Air said, "How old do you think Bang Bang Air is this year?" This was a strange question, but since it was asked, it was definitely not a casual question. It must be related to the flowing time great emperor. Yang Xiao immediately said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but you don't look old. The demon race has a long lifespan. I guess you are 2,000 years old." "Wrong, wrong." Bang Bang Air shook his head. There was no need for others to continue guessing. He gave the answer himself. "I don't remember exactly how old Bang Bang Air is this year, but I am indeed 8,000 years old." Yang Kai and the others were surprised. 8,000 years old. Compared to Bang Bang Air's cultivation, this was a birthday boy. It was rare that he didn't look old. But soon, everyone realized that it was probably the work of that white bone. Sure enough, Bang Bang Air explained, "I am a monster king, a high-grade monster king. Logically speaking, I can't live for so long, but I feel that I am still young. It's not that the Clam clan is born with a long lifespan. It's the ability of the Shizhuan's remains. When the ancestor obtained the remains, although he didn't discover the mysteries within, he found that the remains in his body gave him a long lifespan. Therefore, every leader of the Clam clan has a long lifespan. Except for those who died fighting other demon races, the oldest one lived for more than 13,000 years. It's all thanks to the Shizhuan's remains that we can live this long. The Clam clan has lived in this vast sea for a long time. Although we don't fight, there are occasional disasters. The Clam clan is few in number, and there are not many strong people. We have faced disaster several times, and it's all thanks to the Shizhuan's remains that we can turn misfortune into fortune." Bang Bang Air said, "To be honest, the Clam clan doesn't know the mysteries of the remains, and we can't use it normally. But if my life is in danger, it may be possible to activate the power within and wipe out the enemy." Bang Bang Air was the leader of the Clam clan. If even his life was in danger, then the clan was really on the verge of death. And under such circumstances, the remains of the great emperors could release some power, and it was as if Bang Bang Air was receiving divine help. This had never happened to him, but it had happened to the previous leaders of the Clam clan. Because of these two reasons, the Clam clan worshipped the owner of the remains as the Shizhuan and worshipped him for generations. It was just that they didn't know who the owner of the remains was until today. If it wasn't for the Supreme God's remains, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived so long. The Clam clan had the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, so they were very clear about the use of the remains. The Shrimp clan situation was very similar to theirs, so naturally, they would have such a guess. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Xiao immediately stood up and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Shrimp clan and get our teacher's remains back." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Shui. "Little Ant, what do you think?" Yang Shui called him junior brother and he called Yang Shui little Ant, so their relationship was a bit messy. Yang Shui nodded and said, "Let's go together." Bang Banger quickly said, "Your Majesties, please wait a moment. The Shrimp clan's situation is quite different from our Clam clan's situation. They might not be willing to return the Supreme God's remains, and they might even think that you two are liars. Let me gather my men and help you too. Yang Shao glanced at him and said with a smile, Your Majesty, do you have a grudge with that old shrimp? If there was no grudge between them, why would he be so proactive and look like he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife? Although Yang Shao had been cultivating in the lookout for 500 years, he was not a fool. How could he not see this point? However, he was just asking casually, so he did not wait for Bang Banger to explain anything and continued, This is a family matter of the flowing time Great Emperor, so there is no need for your Majesty to worry about it. No matter what Bang Banger's intentions were, as long as they knew that the Shrimp Clan had the remains of the Great Emperors, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had to go there. Bang Banger was a little embarrassed, but since Yang Shao had said so, he did not have the intention to force it. He immediately said, Then, Bang Banger wishes both your Majesties a great victory. After finding out the whereabouts of another great emperor's remains, the two descendants of the flowing time great emperor did not want to wait a moment longer and were about to depart. Bang Banger pointed out the direction and respectfully sent everyone off. On the vast sea, everyone was galloping. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped. Yang Shui, Chongqi, and the others also stopped immediately. Only Yang Shao rushed out and quickly flew back. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, Father, what did you find? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He looked at him and then looked at Yang Shui. You have all grown up. Yang Shao and Yang Shui were a little confused by this inexplicable sigh. They looked at him in confusion. Yang Kai continued, When you grow up, you have to walk your own path. Yang Shui was smart and immediately understood, Big brother, do you have something to do and want to leave? Yang Kai rubbed her head and said with a smile, Yes, there is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Then Big Brother can go by himself. You don't have to worry about me and Shao. Yang Kai's face became serious. Not only am I leaving, but I also want to take your sister Lu Yan and Uncle Chongqi with me. I am afraid that there will be strong enemies this time, so I need more people. Hearing this, before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Shao became excited. Then let Elder Auntie and Old Xiong go with Father. Little Auntie and I will take care of Shizuan's matter. Yang Shui nodded. The two of them obtained the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor and finally came out of seclusion after more than 500 years. They were like fierce tigers coming out of the mountains. If Yang Kai was by their side, they would be a little restrained. Now that they heard that Yang Kai was going to take Lu Yan and Chongqi with him, although they were reluctant, it was exactly what they wanted. Yang Kai smiled. Although the two of you have made some progress in your cultivation, you must remember that there is always a higher mountain in this world. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtained the inheritance of the great emperors. You must know that even your Shizuan couldn't do this back then, let alone you two little kids. Father, I am more than 500 years old. Yang Shao explained seriously. He was no longer a little kid. Yang Kai ignored him and continued. Although there is a difference in seniority between the two of you, you are about the same age. When you go out, you must take care of each other. Be careful. After a pause, he said, If you encounter any danger, remember to use the Space Spirit Bead. Yang Shao and Yang Shui nodded together. We will remember. Also, when you are done here, Shao, remember to go back to the Dragon Island. Shui, go back to the High Heaven Palace. Wow, Father, you are so long-winded. Yang Shao curled his lips, but before he could finish, Yang Kai knocked him on the head. This brat was shameless and giggled. Then I won't be long-winded. Go, go. Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a chicken. Yang Shao and Yang Shui looked at each other, turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the sky. Yang Kai, Chongqi, and Lu Yan stood in place and watched with narrowed eyes. When the voices of the two disappeared from sight, Yang Kai said, Let's follow them. Unless it is a life or death situation, try not to make a move. Fear of a strong enemy and the need for more manpower was just nonsense. Yang Kai was going to the territory of the lower world star. How could there be a strong enemy? What's more, he still had 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world. If he really encountered a strong enemy, those 4 would be enough to deal with it. The reason for this was that this was a rare opportunity for the 2 kids to check the results of their hundreds of years of cultivation. If Lu Yen and Qiongqi were to follow them, they would definitely have someone to rely on. Yang Kai had to find a way to take Lu Yen and Qiongqi away from them and let them face things alone. Whether it was setbacks or opportunities, it was their own business. Even if a flower in a greenhouse bloomed, it would only be beautiful for a moment, not to mention the wind and rain. Qiongqi understood this truth, so when Yang Kai secretly told him about it, he agreed. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue following the 2 kids. His own affairs had been delayed for a while, so he needed to get started as soon as possible. Qiongqi nodded, hid his figure, and quietly followed. Lu Yen, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, she just raised her head and stared at Yang Kai, her big black and white eyes as clear as a clear spring. Yang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed her head. Chapter 3666. If Yang Kai wanted to go to the territory of the lower plains, he naturally had to go through the Star Court. Now that the Star Court was under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he activated the Space Spirit Bead that was connected to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Previously, in the 7 Mist Sea, Yang Kai had specially gifted one to the Great Emperors. Logically speaking, after the Space Spirit Bead was activated, Yang Kai should appear next to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the demonic chi was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight to the demon race's army. Powerful divine senses extended from all directions and locked onto Yang Kai. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little confused. He subconsciously thought that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had broken into the demon race's camp. But when he looked around, where was the Iron Blood Great Emperor? Instead, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the high-rank demon king closest to him. That high-rank demon king was a corpse demon and was covered in rotting flesh. He was only a meter away from Yang Kai, almost touching Yang Kai's face. A putrid odor assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils, causing his face to darken. The corpse demon was also stunned. A person had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. No one would be able to react in time. However, the corpse demon's eyes lit up in an instant, clearly recognizing Yang Kai's identity. Pleasantly surprised, it opened its mouth and roared. The rolling demonic chi rushed toward Yang Kai. At the same time, it raised its arm, which rapidly elongated and grabbed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also stretched out a hand. With the rolling of his demonic chi, he activated the dragonization art and turned his hand into a dragon claw. The moment both of their hands touched, Shermo's angry howl turned into a mournful wail. His outstretched arms crumbled like fried dough twist. Shermo hurriedly changed his move. His small body swayed and turned into a mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was in the shape of a human. One could vaguely see Shermo's original appearance. However, it was made up of tens of thousands of corpses. Inside the mountain of corpses, corpses were struggling and screaming. Their voices contained a strange power that could shake one's mind. The mountain of corpses was huge, like a real hill. Yang Kai's dragonization art was also fully activated. In a flash, he transformed into a half-dragon body that was more than 300 feet tall. The 2 behemoths collided head-on, exchanging blows. Dragon roars shook the sky as corpses fell like rain. After 3 breaths, the mountain of corpses collapsed. The corpses that formed the mountain of corpses turned into pus before they even hit the ground, filling the sky with a foul stench. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall dragon body stood tall. His left hand held an object that emitted a thumping sound. If it wasn't Shermo's demon heart, what else could it be? In a single exchange, Shermo's demon heart had been plucked. He could no longer maintain his original appearance. He reverted to the size of a normal person and collapsed to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that could be seen from the front, but there was nothing inside. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him. His golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless majesty, as if he were a high and mighty god. He exerted force in his hand, and the demon heart in his hand shattered. Shurimo was heavily injured in an instant, but he didn't die immediately. A high-rank demon king had more than one demon heart. If one was destroyed, there would be more. But as long as the demon heart wasn't destroyed, the demon race wouldn't die. Shurimo howled in pain. Foul blood spilled from his mouth. He crawled up and tried to flee. Yang Kai raised his foot and stomped down. The ground trembled as his foot landed, and a pool of blood exploded under his foot. How could he not know that he was unlucky again? He used the space spirit bead to find the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he didn't find him, and fell into a demon's den. Since he couldn't find Zhan Wuhen, he looked for Yang Inflammation. She was also a member of the Star Court, so it was the same to look for her. Unexpectedly, Yang Inflammation was changing clothes, and the timing of her arrival was really too coincidental. This matter was troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This matter starts from Senior Zhan Wuhen. Get out." Yang Inflammation said. "Huh?" Yang Kai was startled. "Get out." Yang Inflammation pointed at the door and said word by word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang didn't say a word. He turned around and walked towards the door. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him. With both hands in his sleeves, he silently counted to 10 or so. Coughing lightly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come in." Yang Inflammation's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open with a smile and saw that Yang Inflammation was already sitting at the table, holding a cup of tea and gently sipping it. Her posture was elegant, and her red lips were alluring. Without waiting for her to greet him, Yang Kai directly sat down. Yang Inflammation smiled. "You really don't think of yourself as an outsider." The killing intent was gone, and so was the coldness. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and drank a few cups to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Why do you think of yourself as an outsider?" Who would have thought that the difficulty would be too high and he would fail? If the difficulty was too high, he could only lower his expectations. Yang Kai flew into the sky and spent only a day to find a meteorite sea. In the star field, there were many such meteorite seas. The predecessor of these meteorite seas was probably the cultivation stars. The stars had died and shattered, turning into large and small meteorites that drifted endlessly through the star field. A sea of meteorites was the remains of a cultivation star. These meteorites flew through the star field and would occasionally collide with other stars. If one was unlucky, those stars would also shatter, and the meteorite sea would grow larger and larger. This was also one of the dangers that cultivators often encountered in the star field. These meteorites flew extremely fast and covered a large area of the star field. Once encountered, there was no place to escape. If one was too weak, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. Looking at the star field, this star field was indeed a little low-level, and its world principles couldn't accommodate too much power, but where was there not vitality? Even the meteorite sea they were in seemed to be filled with death chi. But who could guarantee that it wouldn't give birth to new vitality after tens of thousands of years? This was something the demon territory couldn't compare to. Baya took a deep breath and said, "Brother Fa, I want to go out and take a look." Since they were here, they naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery here. In any case, the Dharmakaya said that this star territory belonged to Yongkai, so Yongkai shouldn't encounter any danger here, and he didn't need their protection. Baizhua also nodded, obviously having the same idea. "Are you sure?" The Dharmakaya looked at them with a strange expression. Baya said, "Is there anything inconvenient? If there's somewhere we can't go, please let us know in advance. Baizhua and I won't set foot there." The Dharmakaya waved his hand and said, "No." After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. Both of you have a space spirit bead, so you can return here at any time." Upon hearing this, Baizhua and Baya cupped their fists at him and soared into the sky from the meteorite. Behind them, the Dharmakaya opened his mouth and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet, be careful." But the two half-saint of demon race had already run far away, so he didn't know if they heard him. Yongkai had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the demon race had been eliminated, and the creatures of the star boundary were living and working in peace. He accompanied his wives on a scenic tour, and his days were very happy. Just as he was immersed in his dream and unable to extricate himself, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw two little people sitting side by side on a branch less than a meter away from him. Their legs were swinging as they stared at him with great interest. Seeing him open his eyes, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both covered their mouths and smiled. Yongkai sat up straight and stretched, feeling very comfortable and refreshed. Looking around, he found that he was in the medicine garden of the small sealed world bead and immediately understood that this should be the work of the Dharmakaya. Glancing at the two little wood spirits, Yongkai frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing so mischievously?" The two little wood spirits quickly restrained their laughter and sat upright, shaking their heads together. Yongkai blinked and laughed. "Am I sleep-talking?" The two wood spirits couldn't help but laugh together. "What did you say?" Yongkai scratched his head. He hadn't slept like this for a long time. First, it was because his mind was exhausted, and second, it was because he had made great progress in the universe refining heaven and earth technique, so his tired mind was relaxed. He didn't know if he had said anything shameful to make the two little wood spirits laugh like this. Of course, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would not pay any attention to him. Hand in hand, they flew into the depths of the medicinal garden, leaving him to wonder. Since he couldn't ask, Yongkai didn't want to force them. So he shook his head and flipped his hand, summoning a stone into his palm. This stone, the size of a baby's palm, was the result of Yongkai's 4 months of hard work. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached his goal, it was at least a good start. This stone was the meteorite that was several thousand meters wide and comparable to a barren mountain. Under the blessing and refinement of space principles, it had become like this. No one could achieve this except for those who cultivated the space divine technique. After playing with it for a while, Yongkai put away the stone and left the small sealed world bead in a flash. Chapter 3672. The Sand Scorpion battleship exploded, and the Star Pirates died without a complete corpse. Mei Jiaoer's face was filled with confusion, excitement, surprise, and fear. She had inexplicably escaped from a crisis and was naturally pleasantly surprised. But it was impossible for the battleship to explode for no reason. It could even be said that in the entire star territory, there was no force that could do this in an instant. The strength of this force was beyond Mei Zhouer's understanding. However, she was also an intelligent woman, and in the blink of an eye, she thought of the key point and could not help but exclaim, leaving Yang Kai behind and rushing back the way she came. After an incense stick's worth of time, she returned, clutching the stone tightly in her hand, her expression fluctuating. When she came closer, she looked up and down at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just casually thrown the stone away, yet the sand scorpion battleship had been completely annihilated. She did not use the slightest bit of strength in that throw. In other words, the result was all due to the power of the stone. But strangely, she did not feel the slightest fluctuation of power from the stone at all. Such an object could be called a divine stone, and how could someone who could take out such a divine stone be an ordinary person? She already suspected that Yang Kai was some old monster who had hidden his strength to tease her. Yang Kai shook his head and did not answer. If she had not scolded him before, he might have revealed his identity, but he was first scolded by her, and now he had to tell her that she was scolding him. Wasn't he crazy? Smiling slightly, he pretended to be enigmatic. "It is fate that brought us together, so I'll give this to you. Since Miss is ambitious, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly faded. Mei Zhouer raised her hand. "Wait!" But when she looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared, causing her to feel a little annoyed. How could she not know that she had really encountered a powerful master? However, she did not give up and continued to search for Yang Kai in the nearby starry sky, only giving up after a full month of being unable to find him. He then found a secluded place to heal himself. After his injuries were healed, he went straight to the nest of the sand scorpions. Along the way, she found a dead star to test the power of the divine stone. She found that this thing didn't need to be driven by energy at all. The divine stone didn't need to be pushed at all. As long as it was thrown, it could cause great damage. For a moment, she was amazed as if she had found a precious treasure. Half a year later, news came from the Star Territory that the Sand Scorpion pirates in the territory of Calamity Star had been annihilated. Their base had been destroyed, and none of the members of the Sand Scorpion had escaped. They had all been eliminated by a mysterious expert. When Mei Zhouer annihilated the Sand Scorpion pirate gang, Yang Kai was hiding on a dead planet not far away from where he and Mei Zhouer had parted ways. However, he had to hide his whereabouts, and Mei Zhouer would not have been able to discover him even if she was right next to him. The law of space surged as Yang Kai focused all his attention on the sealed world bead. After years of painstaking cultivation and research, it was finally time for Yang Kai to see the results. How could Yang Kai dare to be the slightest bit careless? For this reason, he even released his embodiment to protect himself. If the hidden danger of the small sealed world in the second territory was not eliminated, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the mainland of the demon territory. Therefore, he had to separate the second territory from the small sealed world. He had the Star Territory source, which reflected everything in the Star Territory. If something really happened in the Star Territory, he only needed to communicate with the source to investigate. He didn't have to go there in person. In the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard!" If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. But now that he looked, something really did happen, and it wasn't a small matter. Mei Zhouer thought that Yang Kai was reprimanding her, and was so scared that her face paled and her eyes turned red. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly said, I'm not talking about you. As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the star field. His gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of kilometers. He frowned and asked, "When did you pass by there?" Mei calmed her mind and whispered, "Almost 7 months ago." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. "It's not too late." Saying so, he waved his hand and wrapped Mei in his demonic chi before taking a step forward. Even with Yang Kai's protection, Mei still felt dizzy. By the time she recovered, she had already appeared in another star field. She didn't know how far away she was from where she had just been, but when she looked around, she saw a different scenery. She immediately determined that this was the star field she had passed by 7 months ago. She couldn't help being speechless. At that time, it had taken her several months to rush from here to where Yang Kai was in seclusion, but the Star Territory Lord had taken her back to this place with just a single step. It was clear just how powerful the Star Territory Lord was. However, at this moment, the scenery in front of the star field was somewhat different from what she had seen before. At that time, she only felt that there seemed to be some dangerous aura here, so she didn't dare to get too close. But now, at a glance, the huge star field had a blue color that was rapidly advancing in her direction. Wherever the blue color passed, the star field would be invaded. Mei was absent-minded. "This is..." Yang Kai sneered. Someone took advantage of this king's absence to invade this king's territory. This kind of thing had happened once before in the Hongluo star field, and at that time the entire star territory was implicated, and countless cultivation stars were plunged into misery and suffering. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, Mei reacted, "The great desolate star territory is causing trouble again? Last time it was Wu Heng, the star territory lord of the great desolate star territory, who committed crimes. He didn't expect to go out for wool and come home shorn. He didn't swallow the Hongluo star field but lost a large part of the star field." She poured a cup for Wukong and another for Yang Kai, and then sat down obediently. Yang Kai glanced at her and pushed his cup in front of Mei Jiu'er. Mei Jiu'er was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Master, this disciple appreciates your kindness." In front of the master of the Star Territory and the master of the Star Territory, even the master of the Star Boundary Territory had to address him as senior. How could she have the right to drink tea? It was already a great honor to be able to serve by his side. She still knew her place. "Just drink it. It's definitely good stuff," Yang Kai said and stuffed the cup into Mei Jiu'er's hand. Although he hadn't tasted the tea yet, just by smelling the fragrance, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not ordinary tea. With his current high-rank Demon King cultivation, drinking this tea might not be of any use, but with Mei Jiu'er's first-order Origin King cultivation, this was an opportunity, so how could he miss it? It was just that Duan Hongchun wasn't in the upper plane, so this feeling was a little vague. 15 years ago, calculating the time, was when the Battle of Eternal Heaven took place. Yang Kai said in a low and deep voice, "Master Ming Yu has died." Duan Hongchun looked startled and asked subconsciously, "Ming Yu is dead? How did she die?" Even though he had guessed that something major must have happened in the upper plane that was related to the great emperors, he couldn't have imagined that one of the great emperors had died. Since the battle of emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the great emperors hadn't died for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the great emperors were immortal, it was just that things had happened too suddenly. How many years had it been since he and Wukong came to the ancestral territory? How could Ming Yu have died for no reason? Master Ming Yu died at the hands of this junior, Yang Kai replied. As soon as these words came out, Duan Hongchun was startled again, but he soon understood. On the other hand, Mei Jue looked at Yang Kai in shock. She didn't know what the great emperors were, and she didn't know who Ming Yu was, but she could guess some things from the conversation she heard. Ming Yu was a top powerhouse and a good person at that, but this powerhouse, this good person actually died at the hands of the master of the upper plane of the upper plains territory. Mei Jue couldn't understand it, only feeling a mess in her head. No wonder, no wonder. Duan Hongchun gently nodded. No wonder when I saw you this time. I felt Ming Yu and the aura of the upper plane. So that's why. Yang Kai was surprised. Senior isn't angry? He thought that after he said those words, Duan Hongchun would definitely ask him why he killed Ming Yu, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Among them, Soaring Eagle Town had the least number of people, only a few thousand, but their overall strength could not be underestimated. The head of the town was led by one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wildlands, Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle Town was a scout town, mainly responsible for scouting out the enemy's movements on the battlefield. Even if it was an army of ordinary people, those who could take on the role of scout were the elites of the army. Only the most elite group of people would be able to scout out accurate information about the enemy and pass the information back. This was not an exception for the various armies of the Star Realms. There was also Heavenly Dragon Town, which could be said to be the strongest town in the GZ army. The head of Heavenly Dragon Town was Zhu Qing, and the deputy head was Zhu Lai. Most of the experts in Heavenly Dragon Town were brought over from Dragon Island. Just the Emperor Realm alone had more than a dozen experts, accounting for about 1/5 of the GZ army in the Emperor Realm. With Hyoji's report, the structure of the GZ army gradually became clear. The army consisted of 300,000 people, with 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The middle army that guarded the commander flag was one line, with 2 people in the head and no deputy heads. They were led by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui respectively. The Heavenly Phoenix Town that was in charge of supervising the army was led by Lu Yen and Su Yen. The Soaring Eagle Town that was in charge of scouting was led by Ying Fei. The Poison Scorpion Town's head was Xie Wuwei. The Fire Bull Town's head was Shi Lei. The Angry Dragon Town's head was Li Jiao. The Heavenly Fox Town's head was Hu Fei. The Falling Flowers Town's head was Du Mi Er. The Spirit Snake Town's head was Qi Lian. And the Divine Dragon Town's head was Zhu Qing. Every one of them was a familiar face, and every one of them was a friend, a relative, and a family member who had fought side by side. Among these many heads, aside from Yang Xiao and Yang Shui who were slightly weaker, every single one of them was a third-stage Emperor Realm Venerable, and every single one of them was a high-rank Monster King. It could be said that among the 55 armies in the Star Realms, there had never been an army with such a luxurious lineup. Compared to the high-end combat strength of the other armies, the GZ Army's lineup could be said to be extravagant. To be able to achieve such a level, aside from Yang Kai's personal connections, it was also inseparable from the 7 Mist Sea's strong support. More importantly, it was Hyoji's hard work over the past 10 years. Although Yang Kai had been in the Star Realms territory for the past 10 years, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Star Realms. He was able to get in touch with the High Heaven Palace. From Hua Qingxi's report, Yang Kai knew that Hyoji had been running around for the past 10 years, running around tirelessly for the GZ army. Not to mention the others, although the various monster kings Xia Wuwei, Shi Lei, Ing Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mi and Qi Lian were originally serving in the High Heaven Palace. After the War of the Two Realms, they had left the High Heaven Palace and returned to their respective Saint Masters to listen to their orders. Without Hyoji's constant running around, trying his best to rope them in and persuade them, how could the Luan Feng and the others be willing to let these 6 monster kings out? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay and contribute to the army under their command? Li Jiao's side was easy to persuade. He was originally in the Bingchen army, and the army commander of the Bingchen army was Bing Yun. More than 10 years ago, when he found out that Yang Kai was going to be the army commander of the GZ army, Bing Yun let Li Jiao go to help him. There was no need to talk about the experts on Dragon Island. Three days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly. On an ice plain dozens of miles away from Towering Palace, a cold wind blew, and snow danced in the air. 300,000 people were gathered on the ice plain. There might be a lot of people, but it was completely silent. The location of the gathering had been set long ago. After all, with so many people, the High Heaven Palace could not fit them all, so they simply gathered on the ice field. The 300,000 people were divided into 10 groups at this moment. Each group had more people and less people, some had a few thousand people, while some had tens of thousands of people. All of them were looking in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. A moment later, a stream of light rushed over. When it entered the eyes, it was still a few dozen kilometers away, but in the next breath, it was already in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left a long streak of light in the sky. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Army Commander Master." The shouts were like landslides and tsunamis. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The falling snowflakes froze in the air at this moment and suddenly collapsed. With a crash, a blood-red flag that was hundreds of kilometers long suddenly spread out in the sky. When the cold wind whistled, the flag fluttered. Under the moonlight, it looked as if there was blood flowing on it. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was bleeding. There was only a big word, "kill," on the flag. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this word seemed to be alive. Its murderous aura made the bright moon dim. The flag hung behind Yang Kai and covered the sky. In front of the flag, Yang Kai's figure was as small as an ant, but as tall as the heavens and the earth. This old man loves to joke with people. Lord Yang, please don't mind. Army Commander Li knows that you and Song Mo don't get along. So why would he arrange for you to be neighbors? Song Mo's Jia Xian army is on the other side, far away from you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Master Fu can tell? Fu Renjia said, Although I don't know what grudges you have with Tsang Mo, this old man is not blind. How can I not see? This guy Tsang Mo, this old man also doesn't like the look of him. He's not a good person. If you really have grudges with him, you must be careful of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled and didn't comment. Fu Renjie quickly changed the topic. Facing the passage between the two worlds, on your left is this old man's Wu Yin army. On your right is the Bingshan army. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the army commander of the Bingshan army, right? Senior Bing Yun. When Yang Kai heard this, he was delighted. He turned his head and looked to his right. It seemed that Li Wu Yi was still taking care of him. These two neighbors, one had a good relationship with the other, and the other was easy to get along with. When the war comes in the future, it will be convenient for them to work together. Fu Renjie smiled. That's Bing Yun. TSK, speaking of which, although there are many women in the Bingshan army, the number of people who killed the demon race is no less than any of the men. Bing Yun is also a commander. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said, Since Lord Yang is here, where's the GZ army? I've long heard that the GZ army is full of experts and has a grand lineup. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to see it. Can this old man broaden his horizons? Yang Kai smiled and said, Just in time. Master Fu, please inspect it. As he spoke, he took out the sealed world bead and formed a hand seal. When the sealed world bead was thrown forward, his divine consciousness surged. The void trembled, and a visible layer of ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever the ripples passed, the army hidden in the sealed world bead was revealed. The army still maintained the rolling formation that engulfed them. 10 towns, 10 formations. In a breath, 300,000 people descended like divine soldiers. In an instant, heads were moving, and killing intent was rolling. But it wasn't over yet. Among the crowd, Fu Ling rushed out and stood behind Yang Kai. He waved the flag in his hand. With a whoosh, the 100 miles kill flag covered the sky. It was dark red, as if blood was flowing from the sky. 300,000 people raised their hands in unison, and their voices were as loud as thunder. Greetings, Army Commander Master. The sound waves gathered and rushed to the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color. The corners of Fu Renjie's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the Wu Yin army, which was thousands of miles away. Then, he looked at the GZ army in front of him. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. The Wu Yin army wasn't weak. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fu Renjie thought so too. But comparisons were always bad. Now that he saw the might of the army in front of him and compared it to his own army, he suddenly felt like he was the king of a mountain. He couldn't be compared. Then, he looked at Hyoji below. Fu Renjie felt his heart ache. Yang Kai carefully observed the old man's expression and knew that he had been somewhat irritated. So he didn't dare to make any more noise, quickly saying, With this place as the center, within a 1,000-kilometer radius will be our army's encampment. Each town will divide their own territory and set up camp. Yes. Another roar of acknowledgement sounded, and the army immediately got busy. They led a group of formation masters to set up a large formation outside the commander's tent. Inside the camp, Hyoji had arranged for people to patrol. The demon race had yet to appear, but the camp was already filled with an austere atmosphere. Yang Kai was sitting in the outer tent when a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was Su Yan, who was wrapped in a fragrant wind, entering the tent. Yang Kai smiled, but Su Yan's expression was serious. She walked over and cupped her fists. Master! Cough, what's the matter? Yang Kai wasn't used to his wife suddenly acting so formally. However, there were outsiders in the tent, so he couldn't appear too casual. Su Yan said, I heard that the Bingshan army is stationed on the right. This humble one hasn't seen Master for many years and would like to pay him a visit. I hope that master will allow me. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, let's go together. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Bing Yun. Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea Palace, before Bing Yun left, she had sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him to settle down and pay her a visit. He didn't know what she had to say, but Yang Kai had originally planned to pay her a visit. Now that Su Yan had this idea, he naturally would go with her. Su Yan nodded and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After leaving the commander's tent, the two of them identified the direction and soared into the sky. A moment later, the two of them were already 1,000 li away from the GZ army. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yan to come closer before reaching out and holding her soft hand. Su Yan fidgeted for a moment and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally relaxed. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai, but let him do as he pleased. However, she never thought that Yang Kai would go overboard and pull her into his embrace. Su Yan's face turned red. She placed her hand on Yang Kai's chest and tried to maintain a distance from him. She said in a small voice, "Don't be like this." No one saw. Yang Kai was thick-skinned and used even more strength in his hand. Even if no one saw, you can't be like this. As she spoke, Su Yan ruthlessly pinched Yang Kai's arm. While he was in pain, she took the opportunity to break free from his grip. She pursed her red lips and said, "We sisters have discussed it. In the army, there is no such thing as love. No matter in front of others or in private, we can't be too close to you." Yang Kai was shocked. "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? When did you discuss it?" Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "The night before we set off." "Who suggested this? What nonsense." Yang Kai's face was fierce, and his eyes shone with an ominous light. "You don't need to know who suggested it. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. You have to set an example in everything you do." Yang Kai was anxious and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but this was related to the secret of Ice Heart Valley's secret art. He wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, so he couldn't act rashly. After walking around the tent for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His eyes darted around and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Logically speaking, if there was a problem with Su Yan's cultivation, she should have told him. Moreover, Bing Yun didn't have to avoid him and directly took Su Yan away. Today's matter was a bit strange. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to the entrance of the tent and poked his head out to take a look, only to see that the outside of the tent was empty. The cultivator who had been standing guard outside was nowhere to be seen, and there were no patrols around. Retracting his head, Yang Kai sniffed and looked around with a guilty conscience before walking over to the bead curtain. Clenching his fists and coughing lightly, "Junior Sister Yao." There was no reply from the tent, but Yang Kai clearly heard Ji Yao's breathing become a little faster. "Can I come in?" Yang Kai asked again. There was still no reply from the tent. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yao's low voice called out, "Who's stopping you?" Her voice was soft and slightly resentful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, lifted the bead curtain, and stepped into the tent. This should be Ji Yao's resting place, but it didn't have the usual lavish decorations. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were relatively indifferent in temperament and didn't have much desire for luxurious living facilities. So Ji Yao's tent was clearly decorated at a glance. Only the pink curtain hanging above her bed added some color to this small space. At this moment, Ji Yao was sitting on the edge of the bed, her side facing Yang Kai. Her head was lowered, like a statue, not moving at all. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her white cheeks. Rubbing his hands together, Kai Yang walked briskly, like Old Man Wang sneaking into Widow Li's house in the middle of the night. He was acting like a thief, acting like a thief. Coming to Ji Yao's side, Yang Kai sat down and reached out to grab her soft shoulders. Ji Yao twisted her body to get rid of him, turning her back to him. Yang Kai chuckled and stretched out his hand to squeeze her shoulder. What's wrong? Are you angry? Tell me who provoked you. Ji Yao sighed and whispered, I don't have the face to see anyone. What? Yang Kai was puzzled by her words. What do you mean you don't have the face to see anyone? Ji Yao sighed again, turned around, looked into Yang Kai's eyes, and said helplessly, Why do you think Honored Master called you here to see you in my tent? Do you think little junior sister really has some kind of problem with her cultivation that she needs Honored Master's help?